in 2018, which is absolutely remarkable. We built the least expensive large-scale storage network in the world. Current prices for Filecoin is less than 1% the cost of centralized storage. We built an environment where builders can thrive. 10,000 developers have entered our ecosystem through hackathons so far this year. 250 applications are building live today, and 500 new teams are entering the Filecoin ecosystem. The community has built the storage network of Web3. Over 7 million NFTs are stored on Filecoin, making it the default place for NFTs to be content addressed with IPFS and stored on Filecoin. And we have integrations with 75% of the large smart contracts blockchains, with the rest of them planned for the rest of the year. And finally, I'm so delighted to showcase over 25 categories of use cases on Filecoin. I'm only going to have time to showcase just a few of those today, but they range from NFTs to video to audio to the metaverse to biotech to gaming to weather. And so we're going to talk through just a few of those today. So why don't we get started? As we know, Filecoin has become the storage network of Web3. It's well supported by the IPFS community, which has become the data and content platform of Web3, and libp2p, which has become the networking library of Web3, supporting all the major blockchains in the ecosystem. Over the last year, we've seen over 8,000 contributors on GitHub across the 4 implementations, and Filecoin has become ranked number 4 in the top 5 most actively developed blockchain protocols. We have over 3,200 storage providers that have added 12 exabytes of storage to the network. This is 3 billion 1080p movies, 1,200 times the Netflix movie archive, or perhaps 1.2 million versions of all of Web3's data. And we have an absolutely vibrant and thriving community. Over the last 3 days alone, we've seen 34 community organized events, over 18,000 attendees and counting in 5 continents and 12 countries. And we're just getting started. But what I'd like to emphasize is that Filecoin is not just software. Filecoin is a rapidly growing ecosystem of thousands of talented builders working towards a common goal. And so really it's all about the builders. The builders are building 250 applications on Filecoin today. 500 new teams are entering the ecosystem. 10,000 developers are engaged in hackathons so far this year, and over 8,000 contributors across 4 implementations. So because it's all about the builders, I thought I'd spend most of my talk today in rapid fire going through 45 different types of builders and use cases on Filecoin. And so I'm going to move extremely quickly. I wish I could showcase hundreds more, but we'll have lots of time for that in future talks. So let's get started. I'll start with smart contract integrations. The community has completed bridges with most of the major Web3 projects in 2021, with more planned for Q4. And most of these have really been accompanied with ways where builders can get engaged, joint grants programs, joint hackathons, and ways where those teams can be fed into accelerators. I'll list a couple examples. Dapper Labs named Filecoin the official storage collaborator for the Flow blockchain just a few weeks ago. And we are activating developers all over the world to work across Flow and Filecoin across those ecosystems. Chainlink has been a partner of ours since the beginning of this year. We started with a joint hackathon in the Chainlink Fall Hackathon. And have integrated Chainlink's oracles into Filecoin's ecosystem. And those participants in the Chainlink hackathon have then progressed to our accelerator, yielding 9 graduates of different kinds from the Tachyon Accelerator program just a few weeks ago. Polygon joined forces with Filecoin in August 2021, providing a fully functional Filecoin Polygon storage bridge and free storage available for Polygon developers. Hedera has executed on an integration with Filecoin, has already completed the first batch of their joint grants program to enable all sorts of developers to develop across Hedera and Filecoin. And Near has been bridged with Filecoin primarily through Textiles Bridge. And so this is a fully functional Filecoin Near storage bridge and free storage enabled for developers looking to use Near and backup storage to Filecoin. They've also announced $300,000 of joint grants pool. And so if you're interested in applying to that, please apply. It's a phenomenal program. So that's smart contracts. We'll go into NFTs. If you can believe it, in the last 6 months, over 7 million NFTs have been stored on Filecoin. And this is across all the major players, Dapper, OpenSea, Jigstack, and many, many other exchanges. And so using NFT.storage, which is an incredible developer tool for NFTs specifically, it's super easy to content address NFTs with IPFS, back them up to Filecoin. I'll list a few other NFT players that are starting to emerge as major contenders in the ecosystem. Curio Digital raised a very substantial seed round coming out of the Long Cash Accelerator. This is an exchange where they partner with some of the biggest names in entertainment to create officially licensed digital collectibles and celebrate the characters and moments around that show or property. They were one of the foremost players to come out of the Long Cash Filecoin Frontier Accelerator, and we're super excited to support them. Niftify just graduated from the Tachyon Accelerator a few weeks ago. This is super cool. It's a way to enable fractional ownership of some of the world's most valuable NFTs. So some of these NFTs have gotten really, really big in terms of value. If you want to own a small fraction of that, Niftify is a really good solution for that. Filta is a really, really cool NFT play. It's built by veterans from Pixar and Oculus, where you can buy and sell limited edition face filter NFTs from independent artists. And the Convo space is really at the developer tooling layer of NFTs. This is basically enabling a social layer to NFTs where you can manage your conversations throughout the internet, where that conversational data is always in your control and linked to your decentralized identity. They just went live just a few weeks ago, coming out of demo day from the last Tachyon cohort. We'll move on to video and audio. Lots and lots to report here. Filecoin completed their integration with Filecoin on October 7th, enabling video NFT marketplaces for all sorts of different use cases. They have a few major partners in the works that they're going to announce, I think, in the coming weeks or months. I'm super excited. This is going to create a lot of buzz in the ecosystem. And so they're starting to become a premier kind of solution to transcode, store, and retrieve video NFTs using Filecoin and Filecoin. Of course, LivePeer has been a partner of ours for for almost the last year. We started with a co-mining pilot where different storage providers can do video transcoding with LivePeer in the same facility as storage and retrieval on Filecoin. And so File.app is a great just example use case of that across Filecoin and LivePeer. Huddle 01, they've been live for just over a year. And this is an incredible video conferencing platform with an SDK that is really transforming the way video conferencing is done on top of IPFS and Filecoin. They're actually focusing on rural markets in developing countries like India who have bad access to the internet backbone. And so this is just an amazing use case for peer-to-peer tech. And they've also focused on the educational vertical, which is really, really powerful. I'm super excited for Huddle 01 to kind of become an emerging player in the video conferencing space. Audius continues to be one of my favorite apps. It's a streaming platform built for all musicians, not just those signing to labels, built on Web3 tech, including IPFS. They recently landed a pretty major partnership with TikTok, allowing artists to upload their music to TikTok to be used in their videos, which is absolutely incredible. I think when we look back 5 years from now and once some of the most breakout successes in the audio vertical, Audius is going to be one of them. Currents.fm is an emerging player. This is a set of tools that directly supports grassroots music communities by creating a community-driven space for curation, creation, and appreciation. Think of some of the early days of audio folks in the Web2 world. You can draw a lot of parallels to what Currents.fm is doing in the Web3 world. And Influo.music. This is one of my favorite ones. They just graduated from the Tachyon Accelerator cohort. It's a social token management platform for musicians that enables artists to directly monetize their community and rewards fans for their support. And they're doing so well in the music space that they're starting to expand to other verticals. And so I'm super excited to see them announce some of those over the coming months. In consumer storage, Slate continues to be one of my favorite applications. It's a really amazing file sharing network that makes it possible for people to collect, organize, and link their files together. This is all based on IPFS and Filecoin technology. It's a great example for how to implement Filecoin into an application. And so check it out. It's a really easy way to store, annotate, cite, and link your files. And my mom uses Slate, which is absolutely incredible. It's such an easy program to use. Fleek storage is an incredible kind of augmented Dropbox implementation on top of IPFS and Filecoin. You can easily upload, pin, manage, retrieve files in an easy to use interface. It has blazing fast file retrieval, automatic and redundant Filecoin archiving, and it really mimics an AWS S3 compatible CLI and SDK. And chain safe files is really starting to become some of the premier, easy to use tech in privacy preserving implementation on top of Filecoin. This is an encrypted file storage network. All of your content is completely encrypted end to end on IPFS Filecoins. There's no way for organizations to sell your data. And this is, of course, a fully peer-to-peer network using IPFS and Filecoin, and fully pluggable to hook up decentralized storage to your applications if you're on the developer side of things. On the Web 2 data sets, lots of stuff to report here. The Shoah Foundation is preserving portions of their 8 petabytes of testimonials from 55,000 genocide survivors on the Filecoin network. I'm super excited for this data set to be preserved for, absolutely centuries to come. ZAR is starting to preserve climate data. So these are researchers and developers from Columbia University. These are petabytes of climate data all over the world. And since it's really large scale at the petabytes, it's historically been very, very difficult to share. It's been siloed through individual resources, researchers, or government servers. And so rather than using AWS, they are choosing to use Filecoin to preserve these data sets. They're really open and shareable in the future. Gainforest is a decentralized fund using artificial intelligence to measure and reward sustainable nature stewardship. Absentia DAO is a really cool set of data sets and a DAO model that enables sustainable funding models for scientific data to be stored on Web3 and specifically on Filecoin. And the Internet Archive, we just heard from Brewster on all the amazing things that they're doing on the Filecoin ecosystem. They're beginning to store their end-of-term web crawl data on IPFS and Filecoin. Eventually, this will become over 60 petabytes of data on Filecoin. So far, I think they've stored about 200 terabytes and growing every day. On browsers, we have tons of report here between Brave and Opera. Those are 250 million combined monthly active users that have access to IPFS technology within them. And we're starting to make some really significant progress with Chromium as well to enable non-HTTP protocol development. The Puma browser is an emerging browser on mobile that's starting to become a wallet for the Web3 ecosystem. They enable seamless payments for creators, apps, game developers, and they're starting to integrate our technology as well. The metaverse has become a major use case all over the world. We're seeing lots of ripples here, and Filecoin has been really a platform of choice for many, many players here. Mona is one of my favorite ones. They're building a metaverse gallery for 3D art. You can basically browse all sorts of NFTs live in this 3D meta universe. And they recently launched the Filecoin Forum. It's $200,000 of bounties for artists, architects, gamers to spur the creation of 3D art spaces. So if you're any one of those and want to contribute, check it out. It's an incredible bounty program. Metaverse AI graduated about 8 months ago from the Long Cash Filecoin Frontier Accelerator. They're working on VR decentralized identity, but with 3D high fidelity. I've seen some of the demos of this before it goes live. It's super, super high quality. So check it out once that flips to the live switch. On games, we have OP Games that recently raised a really strong seed round to develop players to discover HTML5 games, compete in tournaments, and buy OP NFTs. So this is really right at the intersection between gaming and NFTs. I think it's going to be one of the most popular gaming platforms in Web3. And Blockbets is a gaming platform for skill-based challenges and tournaments. It's a way to improve your skills playing esports games and win prizes. This was a graduate from one of our accelerators about 8 months ago. All sorts of different types of categories. Radix is actually building an operating system for the biology lab. So there's a tremendous amount of data and compute requirements for biology types of use cases with researchers. Radix has chosen to use IPFS and Filecoin for the storage layer. They're doing all of this kind of compute and storage in the cloud instead of on-prem. I think this is going to transform a really major sector of biology research. WeatherXM just graduated from the Tachyon cohort. They're building a community-powered weather network that rewards station owners and provides accurate weather services to Web3 enterprises. And CryptoSat is launching satellites in space that power cryptographic, blockchain, and ledger applications to unlock new computing opportunities. This is really cool. It's completely tamper-proof because obviously once these things are on orbit, no one can physically access them or hack them in any way. So we're supporting that as well. On finance, secured finance was actually part of one of our hackathons about a year ago, progressed to a Filecoin accelerator, and is now raised a seed round, is doing all sorts of incredible things with interbank grade financial transactions and really building the Filecoin yield curve, which is super impressive. Kanza Finance is building the world's most foreign exchange in African businesses. And so they're using agent banking powered decentralized networks for crypto assets. And Parcel is a really, really cool crypto payroll and treasury management service that's basically built on IPFS, Filecoin, and the Gnosis blockchain. On verifiability, Powerloom aggregates all sorts of on-chain and off-chain data to create snapshots with cryptographic proofs. They can basically prove that a snapshot of a website, a year ago or whatever, was the actual snapshot of that website. Numbers Protocol is doing a similar thing with photos. This is a really great way to take images or videos that are completely traceable, trustworthy, and one of a kind back to the source. It's a super easy to use app. I'm super excited to see where they progress. And in terms of dev tooling, we have all sorts of ways to make it really easy for developers to use Filecoin. Textile Auctions is currently storing 163 terabytes across 5,200 deals. They make it really, really easy to auction off a deal to multiple miners and maintain that. Estuary is one of the premier developer tools. They've stored over 285 terabytes, 9 million files, 34,000 deals on chain. You can use any browser and their API to store public data on IPFS or Filecoin. PhilSwan is an emerging S3 compatible API that is building a storage marketplace on Filecoin. They have access to petabytes of available storage capacity across the Filecoin network. And Infura has been a partner of ours for about a year now as part of a big partnership with Consensus. And they're doing all sorts of incredible things to enable developers to get access to Ethereum and IPFS on Filecoin. There is so much more, but the organizers of the event will cut me off at some point pretty soon. But if you zoomed out, there are over 250 applications building on Filecoin, of which I covered just 45, 500 new teams entering the ecosystem, 10,000 developers engaged in hackathons so far this year, and 8,000 contributors across the 4 implementations. And looking forward, I think we are on track to 5x the number of use cases and the builders in the next year. The next year is going to be great for developers. There's lots of opportunities to engage with hackathons, grants, accelerators, and really take your startups to the next level with growth investment. We have hackathons that have engaged over 10,000 developers. We're now launching over 5 hackathons a month that each have an audience of between 500 and 1,000 developers. We have lots of developer grants available. 60 plus teams graduating from accelerators this year alone, and over 65 million of external capital raised to invest in the Filecoin and IPFS ecosystems. As a reminder, the global data sphere will 3x in the next 4 years. And so there's lots of opportunities to onboard client data. Project Gravity is just an easy way to refer data sets to Filecoin, store them, and earn Filecoin for doing so. Tomorrow, I'll be presenting on how to catalyze the next 1,000 startups in the Filecoin ecosystem. So if you're a builder and want to get involved, check out that talk. And so just to conclude, to the builders in the Filecoin ecosystem, remember we're here to help. If ever you need a help to turbocharge your application, come contact me or the ecosystem growth team across IPFS or Filecoin. And remember, we are just getting started. Thank you so much, and I'll punt it back to June to introduce the next speaker. Thanks, everyone.
Well, you heard a slew of interesting numbers and data from Protocol just now. One of the things that really stood out to me was the number of developers, over 10,000 developers participating in hackathons, and over 18K attendees in community events this week alone. So that tells you something about adoption, I guess. Now, to drill down further into things that the Filecoin community has built, we have Lucas Bresser, who leads the Hackathon program at Protocol Labs, and he's going to tell us about over the results from over 30 Filecoin hackathons in the past year. So without further ado, I am going to hand over to Lucas.
Hi there. Cool. Hi there. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucas. Thanks for the introduction. I'm always super excited when Colin gives the whole picture of the ecosystem, and it is super exciting to see all that growth. As was said before, I lead the Hackathons team, the Hackathons program in the ecosystem growth team, and also make sure that many of our participants there find their way into our grants and accelerator programs. I'll be talking to you today about how we're leveraging hackathons to see the growth of our ecosystem and connect and empower the next generation of Web3 builders. I wanted to briefly recall kind of what you've seen at this point, probably in a few presentations, the key pillars of our ecosystem growth strategy. And the hackathons are one piece of that. They're a key vehicle for us to reach builders across the world and help them explore what they can build with IPFS, Filecoin, libp2p, and services such as NFT.storage, Web3.storage, and a lot of the other amazing projects from our ecosystem and Web3 more broadly. And Colin already talked about it a little bit. Over the past year, we've really significantly expanded our hackathon program. And you can see on the timeline on the left that our participation in HackFS really marked the inception of our program. And that was even before mainnet launch. Then the big signature event like HackFS, the second edition. And we're now also working with some venture capital funds in the space to put together joint hackathon programs. And we've also been bringing to life some of the amazing work that our Collabs team has been driving in accelerating the interoperability via hackathons with partners like Flow and Chainlink, and really putting an event behind that has helped us bring that to life. With all of this, we've exposed indeed more than 10,000 developers to our stack and are currently kicking off more than 5 hackathons a month. Our primary focus currently is running multi-week events as opposed to shorter ones that blend educational programming with lots of hands-on coding workshops to give participants the tools to succeed. And we have been quite successful. Our events now typically do reach at least 500 people, and we're doing our very best to make sure that many of them choose to build and submit projects in our tracks. And our pitch to them is honestly quite simple. It really consists of 3 key messages. Firstly, we invite them to connect with us and with each other. Seeding ecosystem growth always first and foremost means creating community, right? So our dedicated and growing team of experienced developer advocates help by mentoring, coaching, and learning from participants. And we take the learning from part quite serious. The teams around Web3.storage and NFT.storage are paying very close attention to the experiences that people have at hackathons and are making tweaks and improvements as a result of them. So it's really a two-way street there. We've also recently launched our builders mailing list and are about to launch Hackathon swag to really double down on our efforts to build a strong and lasting relationship with the builders that we meet in this very early stages and where we're just kind of getting to know them. Secondly, we create lots of opportunities for participants to build at our events successfully. We now have a rich set of resources to learn, get inspired, and start building with Filecoin and IPFS and other technology that helps us catalyze ecosystem growth. The screenshots here on the slides are our brand new Getting Started resources page and my own avatar in the weekly developer hour that we host on Gather and some of the logos from the partners that we've partnered with in recent hackathons. What's obviously also super enticing to builders that are joining our events are the thousands of dollars in Filecoin that we issue for winners at our hackathons. Building on our tech isn't easy. It's getting easier, but there's challenges, and we so appreciate the time that people invest in familiarizing and building. And these prizes are how we recognize their contributions. And I really cannot stress enough how creative, inspiring, and fun many of these submissions are. I'll highlight a few in just a moment to give you a flavor of that. But let me lastly talk about this grow kind of value proposition piece here. This has been stated many times, right? There's tremendous amount of follow-on opportunities. I always say that participants' growth can manifest in getting smarter, getting funded, or getting hired, or all three together, right? So really tremendous potential here for those joining our events, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that as kind of over the next 2 days. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about how specifically this value proposition that I just talked about comes to life. So allow me to highlight a few things that have happened since the inception of our program. HackFS on the left here had in this year over 140 submissions. And the one participant from last year, Secured Finance, actually went on to raise millions in seed funding in this year. So that's one of those great success stories that hopefully we can reproduce with the many events that we run today. In the center here, that's the Asia Hackathon season, which is an ongoing initiative that seeks to put a spotlight on the incredible development that's happening in Asia. And we're collaborating with lots of partners here to make these events super fun and impactful. And you can see, I just got this image today from a booth, the Jupiter Hackathon, everything is planet themed. And so this is going up somewhere in China, but it's just super cool to see that there's even some real world stuff that's going on, because most of our events have been virtual in the past year with very few exceptions. And finally, ENCODE Club, which has been attracting hundreds of students and really top talent, and is the most engaged program that ENCODE, our partner for this program, has run to date. And I've joined some of those sessions, and we're getting lots of smart questions, and the folks that are joining here are really pushing us to keep building and are contributing great ideas. I want to also talk about some of the cool submissions that we've seen, and I'll do that by kind of diving deep into 3 different events. The first one is ETH Online, which just wrapped up this month. And we had around 70 submissions to the Filecoin and IPFS tracks. It had a primary focus on NFT.storage and Web3.storage, but we typically also have kind of a broader scope there. And two submissions that I want to highlight here are Soundly, which is a music streaming platform that pays artists in real time and creates a lot of transparency around where your earnings stand for the artist. So a super interesting concept, kind of in the similar space of Audius, but with a few tweaks that make it interesting, and it looks super sleek. You can see a little preview there on the screenshot. And then Dexter, which enables users to build their own financial dashboard. It kind of works similar to Notion, where you can add different blocks to the dashboard and assemble them in different ways. And then each block contains some functionality on Ethereum, whether that's analytics data, some NFTs, or crypto news. So a super interesting way to kind of bring different things together here in a way that is compelling to users. The second deep dive is HackFS, which I've already briefly talked about. Over 140 submissions concluded in August, so also a multi-week event. And I already said that last year's winner went on to raise millions in funding. There are two submissions that I want to highlight here. One is Crypto Shooters, which is a game where users can battle enemies to earn NFTs. And those NFTs are stored on nft.storage, along with the many millions of other NFTs that Colin already mentioned. And so that kind of ensures that they're available long term. And those NFTs are also used directly in the game to assist in battles. So a really interesting thing. And I think bringing together the gaming space and NFTs is just such a natural fit, and we'll see a lot more of that. Then Data Wallet and the bring your own front-end marketplace is a cool, I think, push to decentralize social media a little bit, where you can kind of have social graphs, connections with other people, of trusted people, and any dApp, so not just one platform, can load that data and curate your experience. And so you just bring your own front end to whatever you want your social network to look like and whatever you want your feed to show. And you can take that data, if you find something more interesting, and move it somewhere else. So really an interesting way to kind of show where social media might go. And then lastly, I want to talk about ETH Odyssey, which is a large event that we hosted in the summer, and which primarily targeted the Indian community, developer community. A smaller number of submissions to our tracks, but we kind of try to balance it, and we're trying to grow our community in India as well. Two submissions that I want to highlight here. One is Dodging Turtles. You kind of like navigate through a game where you're like dodging different blocks. And you unlock different turtle NFTs, and those turtle NFTs then have different kind of features and impact how quickly you can move through this. So it's quite fun, and I think it's a proof of concept, like all of these are. But I think you can just kind of like see there's a ton of directions that you could take this into. And then DStore is a decentralized platform that kind of, you can think of it almost like a decentralized app store, I would say, where companies and developers can list their applications, and then users can download them and install them on their devices. And yeah, once again, super interesting. We heard Brewster kind of see or talk about people just using their favorite tools but decentralized, and I think a lot of these submissions go in that direction, and it's super inspiring to look at them and see what people are pushing for. What's next? So 2021, we have a few more months, and we're continuing to push forward, and we'll in 2022 and as we do right now, we'll continue to host and sponsor hackathons across the globe. And I expect that with COVID restrictions easing, there's a big appetite for folks to meet in real life. So we'll ramp up in-person events wherever possible. And I'm super excited for that. I think it brings a different kind of quality of engagement And I think, yeah, people will be like quite excited to participate in those. I also hope that we can empower our community to run events. I don't want to be the only person that's running hackathons for Filecoin and IPFS, even though it's tremendously fun. But I'm really hoping that we can get folks all over the world who are great at organizing hackathons and who are tapped into communities to take that on as a challenge and say, okay, here I am, how can I help host the next hackathon? I'd love for you guys to, if you feel like that could be you, then please send me a message. I'd love to talk. I also hope that, over the next few weeks, and months, we understand our audience even better and can really refine our programming and outreach to make these events super relevant and fun to them. And I hope we can really double down on helping participants discover the follow-on opportunities, grants and accelerators. There's just so much here. And I think, like hackathons, maybe you think of it as like, a weekend, no sleep and pizza everywhere. I don't know, but like the way we run it is really like educational and just the beginning of a journey. So completely different quality of event. And then I'm putting out as like our ambitious target to, 10x the number of people that we reach in hackathons and really unlock a huge community there of maybe 100,000 people for 2022. I think that would be amazing. So with that, I actually think I can end my talk. Please reach out if you have events for hackathons that you feel like Filecoin and IPFS should be a part of, or if you want to organize hackathons. And also check out our hackathons website, which lists all of the events that are currently ongoing and also has a bunch of the past events that happened. We'll continue building out that website as a destination for builders and include more information about how to get started and discovering the follow-on opportunities and recognizing a lot of the submissions that people are sending into our hackathons. So thanks so much. I'm excited to hopefully welcome some of you at one of our next events. And yeah, it's been an exciting year and excited for the next 12 months.
Everyone out there listening, you heard the man. If you want to host a hackathon, get in touch with him because he doesn't want to be, the only person doing all of this community development work. Next up, we are going to move from the building side to the funding side a little bit. Our next session is an overview of grants and accelerators. If you have an idea for Filecoin, we're going to have a panel discussion, which is going to be ably moderated and led by Stefan Vervey, who is the lead storage provider on growth at Protocol Labs. So Stefan, over to you.
That was hilarious.
All right, welcome everyone on another great session at Orbit this week. My name is Stefan, and today we'll be talking about accelerators and grants. And with me, I have two great guest speakers today. One is Blake, program manager at Outlier Ventures, one of our accelerators run out of the UK, and Isaac, MD at Techstars, one of the accelerators here out of Seattle. And then we'll address some of the grant opportunities as well, in case you're working on some great ideas, but you didn't make it into an accelerator yet. We'll be there to support you. So today's session, first of all, let's have a look back at what's happened in last year. A lot of amazing stuff, of course, as you guys have seen in the last couple of sessions, probably, where Lucas talked about hackathons. This session is sort of like focused on what accelerator programs are looking for in startups, how funding happens. We'll talk a little bit more about some cool projects that came out of the accelerator programs. But overall, as you can see, we've been investing very heavily in accelerator programs and will continue to do so. Here are some of the 4 major accelerator programs that we've kicked off in the last year. And we have more than 50 teams either in process or in programs running live right now. Today, we'll be talking a little bit more in detail about what Outlier Ventures experience has been in the last couple of months, their recommendations, and then we'll jump into Techstars, who is currently actively recruiting for new applications. And so with that, I'll pass it on to Blake. Blake, walk us through what are some of your findings. You started, I think it's about 5 months ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Stefan, thank you for having me and for a great introduction. We started about 5 months ago, and what 5 months it has been. But before we dive into lessons learned, our experience of accelerating Filecoin, IPFS, and Protocol Labs stack projects, I want to first explain a bit more about Outlier Ventures and the program itself. So Outlier Ventures has been one of the first European investors to invest heavily in crypto and tokens since 2013. And we have 8 years of investing experience in the open data economy, from Ocean Protocol to Kudos, Fetch AI, which is an open tokenized decentralized machine learning network, as well as Secret Network with privacy by design. Essentially, we've been in that space longer than anybody else. And we've condensed 8 years of our investment experience into a 3 months, fully virtual, fully remote acceleration program that was very successful. And then we teamed up with Protocol Labs to create a program dedicated to startups that are leveraging Filecoin, IPFS, libp2p, or any other part of Protocol Labs stack in their tech. Protocol Labs have been extremely helpful in helping us identify the key opportunities that stem from this technology, which is so much more than just storage, and essentially identify trends that we outline as financialization of the open data economy, NFT experience and metaverse persistence, and Cloud 2.0, decentralized storage and compute. So how do we help those startups? We provide them with expert support from our in-house specialists from all areas of business, from tokenomics to token design, distribution, governance, community building, legal, hiring, operations, anything you can really think of that can be a challenge in your Web3 project. Next slide, please. So to tell you more a bit about the project, the program that is ongoing now, it has been great, and partially it's thanks to Protocol Labs, who put us in touch with an amazing network of mentors. We always consider network to be the key strength here at Outlier Ventures. However, certainly this time we got some extra support from founders that have experienced previous successes with that technology, Filecoin or IPFS, and have a very strong give back mentality and are able to actually teach a new generation of entrepreneurs. So a couple of lessons or maybe findings that we've had through that experience. Typically the teams coming to us that we picked 9 teams from about 300 applications. So all of them got their due diligence. However, the best of the best that we ended up selecting, typically they're quite technical teams that are looking to create a scalable business, attract capital, and our key strength is fundraising as well as tokenomics. They might have a gap between creating a great MVP, sometimes even with some traction, and hitting the market. And they need support with commercialization, custom go-to-market strategy, as well deciding who to hire and maybe finding the right people to help them with other non-technical areas such as community. We also help them out a lot with tokenomics and token design. We have some great support from Protocol Labs on that front as well. And we rely on our network of partners, including mentors, alumni in the Basecamp portfolio from the sphere of the open data economy, as well as investors. And there is quite several big ticket investors interested in the Filecoin Basecamp program cohort that are also actively mentoring them. So we like to think that we're evergreen. We invest through bear and bull market. We like to think that we have a very complementary alumni stack around data economy and data marketplaces, from compute to multi-party computation. So before I move on to several examples from the cohort, essentially, I encourage you to reach out, discuss your project. We are recruiting all across the cycle for the next cohort program. And we've helped about 70 companies in our portfolio raise over 170 million in seed capital just in the last 18 months. You can reach out to me directly or book an office hours call with us on the website. Now, I would love to share some of the examples without picking any favorites, but examples that I think to some extent represent the themes that I explained earlier. Stefan, if I can ask you for the next slide. One of the projects in the cohort, and following in the footsteps of OpenSea adapting NFT storage, they just love IPFS and Filecoin in context of their big NFT assets. They're called Zone. Essentially, they have a concept of augmented reality rooms or zones that you can own. You can host events in there, and you can display all of the NFTs that you have, whether it's art or other collectibles, but the zone itself is also an NFT asset. Essentially, they have this very cool narrative about the post-apocalypse club where the world has ended and there are separated islands floating around the metaverse within those zones. And using your phone, you can project a portal and transport yourself, your friends, your colleagues, your business partners into a meeting area that allows you to showcase your NFT in the space. Stefan, can I ask for the next slide?
Very, very cool, very cool. NFTs are hot these days, huh?
Oof, muy fuego. Functionland, something less, maybe less NFT facing.
Sorry, a little too fast here.
So Functionland is essentially a hardware and a software play combined, coming out of Canada. These guys, a very experienced team with loads of entrepreneurial experience, they want to put a piece of blockchain on every desk, and not just any blockchain. Essentially, they want to enable personal Filecoin mining machines, as well as trying to invent a new paradigm in which you can exchange your storage capability as part of a smaller cooperative. So that way I can back up your photos or photos of my neighbor just in case anything happens. And this software and hardware component, the plan is to open up the gates to personal validator nodes one day. So we're really excited about this project, and there is a great team executing behind it. Glitter is a project coming out of Shenzhen, China, and it's using IPFS to essentially create a version of the internet content that never dies, also based on the old infrastructure of RSS feeds. So it's a great crossover between Web3 and Web2. That would allow circumventing any censorship efforts, would enable true data ownership and provide universal accessibility, and would be maintained and owned by the users of the network, which we call the guardians of the internet, as well as enable other protocols to build to connect to the centralized app on this network that gives unprecedented access to content that never dies. And last but not least, a more fintech-facing example coming out of Ireland, led by two great founders, one of them experienced Dell engineer, the other one from JP Morgan, that noticed that based on the PSD2 and Open Banking Directive, they can offer opt-in personal banking data sets to financial institutions. And in the words of some large financial players, to them in the current European environment, opt-in data sets are a compliance slam dunk. And basically, unbanks understood that your personal banking data is very valuable, and they give you an opportunity in a very private, secure, and effective way, monetize that data any way you want to through a data union. So I want to thank you for your attention. Hope you found those examples interesting, and we really appreciate the team up we have with Protocol Labs, because we believe this collaboration will be a source of many great projects to come, and cannot wait to hear about your Web3 startups and advise you how to take it to the next level. Thank you, Blake. Great overview. Also, what's always interesting to see is that you have sort of a wide range from just software, application tooling, DeFi, and also like hardware, right? Fully integrated hardware solutions. I thought that was great to see. Definitely in the last year, what we've seen is sort of like the evolution as well of what type of applications are being built on Filecoin. And this is just like another testament of that, which is great. Now, moving on to Isaac at Techstars. This is our your first accelerator for Filecoin. Tell us a little bit more about what Techstars has been focused on and how startups can benefit from accelerate like this at Techstars.
Great. Well, thanks, Stefan and Blake. Those are some awesome looking companies. I'm excited to see how they do. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are in the world. And thank you, Stefan and the Filecoin Protocol Labs folks for hosting us. And I guess happy anniversary on 1 year on the mainnet. It's tremendous. My name is Isaac Kato. I'm the managing director of the new Filecoin Techstars Accelerator program. We are the new kids on the block, so to speak here. But I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've started 2 companies. I've run 3. I've had, as of a few weeks ago, 3 successful exits. I was a VC for about a decade, and I've been a long-time angel investor. And my own exposure to the crypto world goes back to 2013 when I brought the Bitcoin miners to my green data center in Iceland that I'd started. And so I've been following the space since then. So Filecoin Techstars Accelerator is I believe the newest Filecoin focused accelerator, but Techstars itself has been around for quite a while. If you don't know who we are one of the biggest venture accelerators in the world. We have today around 50 programs running globally. Some of them are city programs, like the Seattle one that I also run, but we also have vertically specific programs like the Filecoin one. If I were to boil down what we offer founders, it's really simply this: we dramatically increase your odds of finding entrepreneurial success. And Techstars has been doing it for the last 15 years. So far, well over 2,700 companies have gone through the programs that we offer, and they have a lot of success. So if you take your typical startup math, which is that most startup companies fail, most Techstars alums find some degree of success, and quite a few of them find quite a lot. Our companies have raised over $16.5 billion of capital. There are today at least 15 or 20 unicorns. But that success is also widely distributed. So if I look at the Seattle program, for example, 120 companies have gone through over the last 12 years, and 75% of those companies are either still in business or have exited. So we do a really nice job of helping our companies find entrepreneurial success. And at the core of it all is mentorship. So we are a mentor-driven program. One of the first things that happens when you come into a Techstars program is that you're matched with 3 to 5 lead mentors who tend to be either serially successful entrepreneurs themselves or subject matters around a particular function or industry. And they work very closely with you throughout the course of the program, and often long beyond that. In this program specifically, you get the best of all worlds. You get the best of Techstars traditional mentorship around, we're not quite there yet, best 0 to 1 startup practices combined with specific blockchain and crypto mentorship from the Protocol Labs and Filecoin ecosystem folks, and covering topics like you'd expect around tokenomics, token design, the legal and jurisdictional governance issues that are unique to the crypto and blockchain space, and of course all the decentralized tech stacks and ecosystems. So you'll kind of get the best of all worlds in that case. And certainly a big part of the experience is the mentorship combined with, though, also just an explosion in your network of investors, of all the Techstars alums, prospective hires, prospective customers and partners. And for many founders who go through the program, they'll never have an opportunity like that to basically 100x their relevant networks. As Stefan said, we're taking applications now through December 1st, and the program itself will run from March 21st through June 16th of 2022. We're based in Seattle, but it's remote optional, so you don't ever have to show up. If you do, we have great space here, and we will run the program on a hybrid basis, but we have a lot of experience running a remote accelerator since we've done it quite successfully over the last couple of years. And in terms of the types of companies we're looking for, well, we're pretty broad. My baseline is I am looking for remarkable founders who have the vision, the grit, and the capability to build world-changing companies. And of course, we're looking for people who are building on and around Filecoin and IPFS, but we'll look at any sector, whether it's DeFi or NFT or metaverse or novel storage services or Web2 companies that are moving into the decentralized space to take advantage of all the infrastructural incentive benefits that can offer. So we cast a pretty wide net in terms of the types of companies that we're looking for. And the best way to figure out if you're a good fit is to come and talk to us. So you can see the URL where you can both start an application and request office hours. I'm pretty widely available, and I'd love to chat with you. And if you can't see that here, just do a search for Filecoin Techstars Accelerator. It'll come up quickly. The other way, and next slide, please, Stefan. The other way to get to know a bit about us is we've been running a series of fireside chats and AMAs with various folks in and around the Filecoin ecosystem. Stefan, you and I did one not too long ago, and the next one that's coming up is with Juan Bennett, the founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, and he and I are going to chat about where he sees interesting opportunities for disruption and innovation and great places for startup companies to go and play in and around this world. So I hope you'll join us. It's on October 26th at 5 p.m. USA Pacific. There's a registration link there. Otherwise, chase me down and we'll make sure you get it. But we'd love to chat with you. If you're looking to find success for your startup, this is a great place to come. So thank you for the time. Thanks, Stefan.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Isaac. And I know we have to wrap it up, but first of all, great examples, awesome opportunities to apply. And if you don't make it into the Accelerator programs, no worry, we have grants for you. We can help your business. We have micro grants of $5,000 and open grants up to $50,000. Please apply on GitHub for Filecoin or IPFS. And then last but not least, we also have research grants. If you're working on something bigger, more long-term focused, Marco, maybe you can give like a 10-second overview on that, and then we'll wrap
seconds.
it up today.
Remember grants.protocol.ai. So if you're a researcher, wish to work on Filecoin on any related technology, like maybe blue sky technology or anything that's remote related to what we are doing, check the website and we have interesting grants for you. Thanks so much.
That's awesome. So as always, thank you so much everyone for joining. Please apply, whether it's a grant or an accelerator. We're here to support you and help you build that billion-dollar business. And remember, this is just the start. Let's get going. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Wow, that was a super interesting session there. All of the funding resources you need, whether it's grants or accelerator, that was all covered by Stefan and co. Now we're going to go over to back to building with a series of flash demos. So we're going to show you some great dev tooling from a user eye view. First up, we have Jimmy Lee, who is going to show us Estuary, which is automation on Filecoin. Over to you, Jimmy.
here to talk about Estuary, which is a next generation IPFS node and archival storage tool and used for retrieval on the Filecoin network. So I will start with kind of giving a shout out to, I think, just a lot of the open source work that goes into making Estuary. A lot of this is by the Protocol Labs team, by people in the ecosystem, over 6 years of like thought and research going into all of this, and huge shout outs to people like Stephen Allen who've made building Estuary something possible. And if you want, you can go into our GitHub repo and you can look through all of our code. Everything is open source. So we're hoping that you take it, you use it, you fork it, whatever you need to do to build on top of Filecoin. And you can learn how we make storage deals and kind of have the same success. We know that most people, though, they're looking for something simple. Like a lot of users just want to be able to drag and drop files and upload them to the Filecoin network. Before, I think when Filecoin launched, we didn't really have a good story for this, but today, now we have many tools. You'll hear from Web3 storage, NFT storage as well, for how easy it is to get data onto the Filecoin network. And I think this is going to be a game changer, because now that you can do this and you can upload a file, you can get a link back, the feedback is so much faster. I think it's going to make a huge difference. And so what people really want to see is proof that my data is on Filecoin. And so what Estuary does with all the tooling that you just saw and with a simple GUI, you can know that your deal is on chain. And not only that, you have the receipt. So you can click on a proposal receipt before the deal is made. And you can see the Filecoin deal receipt as well. And you can actually see how long the deal is going to be on chain. You can see the retrieval links. You can see how big it is. And so we're really excited about the next stages of this and the improvements to tooling that will allow people to add more data to the Filecoin network. And so what's the point, right? So the point is you have valuable data. You want to make your data available to the world and ensure it's archived and retrievable from anywhere. You need a simple tool to upload that data and prove that data exists. And I think today is going to be awesome because there's going to be so many really cool tools that we've made over the last 6 months that really demonstrate how much easier it is to get data on chain into Filecoin. And so Estuary, where we kind of sit in the tool chain is that we want to make uploading data to Filecoin and replicating that data around the world a 5-minute problem, right? So log in, upload a file, and retrieve the CID from any IPFS gateway. Boom, that's done, right? And then you can kind of go from there and know that as we work behind the scenes, you'll get that data stored on at least 6 storage providers. And so we have tools like the verify your CID page where you'll know exactly which providers in the world that data, where that data lives. And I think that's a massive improvement to tooling. And I think there's a lot to do here that we can improve on. And so we're really excited from this point to see what's next. We also provide a variety of ways. So one way to look at Estuary as a tool, as a next generation IPFS node, is that you can upload your data through many means. You can give us a single file and we'll preserve the Unix FS structure for that. You can give us a CID that's already pinned to an IPFS node somewhere else and we'll put that to the Filecoin network, or you can upload a CAR file. So all the innovation around packing data into different trees, we can take advantage of that and you can put that data onto the Filecoin network. So we're not thinking in a rigid way, like there's only one way that you can use the Filecoin network. We're actually thinking more broadly. So many developers can just simply, contribute open source code to our tooling, actually all of our tooling, right? The entire ecosystem's tooling, and make improvements and upload data. So let's take a 1,000-foot view. I think, here's a little map of the world so you can see, how broadly we think, and we'll have some storage providers here and there, some peer IDs, and that's current state of the Filecoin network. And we'll have some Estuary nodes, and these Estuary nodes will be making storage deals. And this is kind of like the rough sketch of what we were thinking, right? So just how do we start putting these nodes around the world so they can make deals? And as we grow up and as we improve as an open source project that anyone can take and run themselves, we have broader visions around, like, if there's data everywhere in every major city, we can help funnel data to those storage providers and provide a place to do a lot of really cool things around post-processing of data, et cetera. So Estuary is just the beginning of that. To report on some of our performance, we have 17,000 deals on chain as of last week, 21,000 of them successful, 8 million plus files, 500 terabytes of pinned IPFS data. So you can get that from any IPFS gateway, 151 terabytes of total steel storage, and 111 storage providers are working with us, which is has been great. They've been super helpful. So we couldn't have this performance without great collaboration with the storage providers around the world. They come from everywhere and they give us a lot of feedback, and they're really, I have to say, they have temperance around, just we have some bugs and we work together to fix them. And I just want to say I really appreciate all of you and thank you for working with us. And so the goal here, of course, is to keep these charts going up to the right. And so we are just onboarding data every day. In fact, by today, looking at the numbers, we're at 34,000 Filecoin deals, 288 terabyte steel storage on just our one estuary node. So if you can imagine an entire web of these estuary nodes uploading data and deduping data, it's just really exciting. So how do developers use estuary? I don't have much time, but you can find me on the internet and you can look at our open source docs. You can write code into these docs too. You can get an invite for estuary here. So if you want to use it, you want to use the API, you can quickly jump into here and follow our tutorials. And I'm always available for any questions you may have. APIs are really simple. You have a curl example, you have a React example, and you can reach us on Twitter at a research group. And I hope to hear from you soon. And thank you for the time. And thank you, everyone, all the open source contributors who helped us do this. We really appreciate it.
Go ahead. If you want to.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kadir. I'm the PM for Web3.storage. And Web3.storage is an easy, open, and free way for developers to work with IPFS and Filecoin. And I'm sure you've heard it many times already today, but IPFS is a peer-to-peer distributed file system that addresses files based on their content, not their location. And Filecoin, of course, is the incentive layer for that, the cryptocurrency-based decentralized storage network. And Jimmy has already talked about why that is important and what that gives you. One thing traditionally that's been difficult to do for new developers in particular was running your own infrastructure to work with IPFS. And interfacing directly with Filecoin can also be a little bit challenging because it's a storage marketplace. And Web3.storage aims to make the process of storing data on this decentralized storage network as simple as possible. And for the initial launch, we've focused on providing a really awesome experience for web developers in particular. So we have a great JavaScript client and an HTTP API, and it's all lovingly tailored to make web developers really happy. So as I said, we have a client library for JavaScript that works in the browser and that works in Node. We also have a client library for Go. But the only thing you have to do is essentially sign up, get your API key, and store something in content addressable way and in distributed storage in less than 5 minutes. On the screen, you can see the code. I think it's like less than 10 lines. And people actually have used this in their applications. Just copy paste and you're good to go. And retrieving is even easier. So you can, again, use our client library to do that. But you can also retrieve from any IPFS node and from any gateway URL. We have awesome, amazing docs with tutorials, concepts, and a complete API reference. And Web3.storage set is simple, open, and free. And the open part is the open architecture. It might be a little intimidating to look at it like this, but basically, Web3.storage will never lock you in. Part of that is with IPFS. So if you want to move to some other service in the future, you can just dump the CIDs and import them somewhere else that supports IPFS, because when you give us your files in either as car files or as raw files, what we do is we pin them for you. So they're available we have the Pinata cluster, but also just through the peer-to-peer network. And what we do then is make them available in Filecoin. So if Web3.storage is not available for whatever reason, your data is stored in distributed storage via Filecoin, and it can be retrieved by anyone. No need to go through Web3.storage. So this is the files listing page, and it shows you all the things that you've uploaded to Web3.storage, and you can see again the CIDs there. So those are the CIDs that you can just copy and get access to from anywhere. And you can also see the storage providers, and those are the Filecoin storage providers. And following the links there, you can get all the details necessary to retrieve it from the Filecoin network. This is the storage API that gives you the same thing that you can get through the file listing in an API. And best of all of this is completely free. So no strings attached up to 1 terabyte. And above that, we ask you that you work with us to let us know what your plans are so we can scale the service with your needs. And we can do that because of the economics of Filecoin, because the more storage providers store useful data, the more they're rewarded. So our costs are the overhead of running Web3.storage, and we don't pay for data storage, and neither do you. And like in very simple terms, it's like Filecoin storage providers commit their hard disk space to the Filecoin network. They earn significant block rewards for doing so, and which translates into real world profits. And as you can see from the cashbacks, this incentivizes Filecoin storage providers to continue committing additional hard disk space to the network. And when they store data from users on the network, their likelihood of winning block rewards goes up by a big factor of 10x. And so you can see the potential profits made by storing real user data. And this is such a powerful incentive for Filecoin storage providers to store user data, such as the data from Web3.storage, that they are willing to offer free storage in order to get this block reward multiple. And as long as block rewards continue to be a powerful incentive for Filecoin storage providers, which will be true for a very long time, storage should be free for all verified users on the Filecoin network. And that allows us to offer free storage on Filecoin through Web3.storage. And to recap, Web3.storage is super simple to use. You'll be storing and retrieving files in minutes, and it's using open standards. We'll never lock you in. That's the power of content addressing and distributed storage. It's completely free to store and retrieve from. So if that all sounds good and you want to give it a try, head over to web3.storage, sign up and follow our simple getting started guide, browse our docs, find out how to build simple serverless apps and dApps, and join us on the IPFS Discord and the Web3 storage channel in Slack. Thank you.
Okay, hey everyone. I'm Yusuf, and I'm here to talk about NFT storage, which is thankfully, Kadir just explained almost everything you need to know about NFT storage because it's very much like Web3.storage. In fact, we launched NFT storage a few months before, and Web3 storage sort of builds on the same premise. So we've got, the only difference really is NFT storage is for NFTs. So it's for the media assets, images, video, whatever, and also the metadata that you're going to use to describe those assets. So what I'm going to try and do is give you a literal 5-minute demo. How do you get stuff into Web3 or into NFT storage? And cheat a tiny bit. I've already created a node project and installed the dependencies. So I've installed the NFT storage package, but we got an empty source file here. So I'm going to say index.mjs, and then we'll start importing stuff. So import NFT storage from NFT storage, and I'm also going to pull in this file thing, and then I'm going to grab some stuff so I can read things from the disk. So import file system, all that, and actually I'm going to super cheat and copy paste all this boring stuff from a working version because time is running out. So we got imports, and this is just to read in the file. And we're going to need an API token. So back here on the site, I can go to my API keys. I'm already logged in since this is the speed run version. And I can create a new API key once I'm signed in and copy it to my clipboard here. Now I'm going to just make a global variable and paste it in. In a real app, of course, you would want to protect your token, but I'm going to be throwing this one away. So, all right, the stage is set. We've got everything we need. So I'm going to make a function here, async function, store NFT, and it takes a file name and the name of the NFT and a description string, right? And so then I make an NFT storage client, new NFT storage, pass in the token, and all right, so we got a client. And now I'm going to read in the file. Read file, file name. And then I'm going to be using the store method, which is a little fussy about what kind of file data it will accept. It wants you to adhere to the metadata standard called ERC 1155. So it wants the MIME type to be included. So I'm going to use a thing called an NPM package called MIME to look that up from the file name. So type equals MIME.lookup, image file name. All right. And then now I'm going to make a file object to contain the image. This is going to be image equals new file, pass in the raw data, the bytes of the file, and then also give it the file name and the content type. Okay, so now I have a file object, which is the same kind of object that you would have in a browser context, but here it's like a node polyfill. And then now I can call the client method. So I'm going to return client store, and it takes image, name, and description fields. This is all defined in that metadata standard I was talking about. You can also optionally give it, whatever properties you want here. And if you want to, you can store any arbitrary data with NFT storage that doesn't fit this schema with a different store blob function if you're interested in that. All right, so now I have this, again, some copy paste from before for the boilerplate stuff. This is just a main function that's going to read in some arguments and then call the function that we just defined. Okay, so now, fingers crossed, this might actually work. So I do node index and then give it some arguments. All right. Sadly, I forgot to code up a progress bar here, but hey, it worked. Yes. So this first part is the CID of the root, which is actually a graph that contains a sort of a CBOR object, and then all the image that you uploaded, all the data there and everything else is linked in that graph. But you can easily get to just the metadata.json. This is the bit you want to include when you're hinting. This is the part that goes on chain. And if we had time, I would load this up in IPFS gateway and show you guys the thing, but you'll have to take my word for it since I think I am running low on time. All right, let's see. I think that is probably all I've got. If you have questions about NFT storage, well, first of all, let me first say what might be the most important thing that I forgot to mention. It is also free, like Web3.storage. There's no limits on how much you can upload. We just want to make sure that you're using it for NFT data. At some point, we might validate that these that are actually being included in NFTs on chain. And yeah, we are also planning to add other NFT related features. So we encourage people to use this instead of Web3.storage for NFTs, so we can kind of tailor it to the needs of NFT creators. All right, I think that's all I got. Oh, actually, wow, I was speedier than I expected. I have 2 minutes left. I just looked at the clock. So I could ramble on a little bit about NFT.storage for a second, I suppose. We do have API documentation, and we've got client libraries that are in all kinds of languages. So that's one distinction between NFT storage and Web3.storage. Oh, okay. Oh, the time is up. All right, never mind. I'm done. All right, thanks everyone.
All right, 3 incredible lightning fast demos for some really great dev tooling across the Filecoin ecosystem. We're now going to cross over to the other stage where we have a fireside chat, a dialogue between Juan and Sergey Nazarov of Chainlink about the future of Web3 infrastructure. So we're going to cross over there right now.
All right, thanks for holding, everyone. We are back. We are back with a keynote fireside chat with Chainlink's Sergey Nazarov and Filecoin's Juan Benet. Let's do this.
Welcome, everyone. I'm super excited to be speaking with Sergey today. Sergey and I go way back for many years. We're both starting our respective projects and have been collaborating for throughout this whole time, building different pieces of the tech stack and watching so many amazing teams build upon our tech together. So really excited. It's a huge privilege for us to have Sergey with us chatting. And I'm really excited to get to dig into oracles, how oracles connect to storage networks, how Chainlink connects to Filecoin, and all of the amazing things that people are building with our networks today. So yeah, let's dive in. And thank you so much, Sergey, for being here with us. So I figured we could start with just some good introduction for people unfamiliar with Oracle networks. Can you tell us what decentralized Oracle networks are?
Sure, of course, Juan, and thank you for including me, and always my pleasure to chat with you and the great community of people that you've built here. So decentralized Oracle networks create consensus about a different set of topics from blockchains or decentralized storage solutions. So blockchains create consensus about packaging transactions into blocks, whereas decentralized Oracle networks create consensus about external data, random number generation, certain amounts of off-chain trust minimized compute through something called keepers. So basically all the computation and validation of data that blockchains don't do, you can imagine that an Oracle network does in some way. And what that does is it provides a critical set of services that then get consumed in the smart contract code to expand the universe of what's possible. The first use case of Oracle networks, which we essentially pioneered, which is kind of why we have this position in terms of adoption, is around data. But I think it's important to note that it's not just about data. It's actually about off-chain trust minimized consensus about many different topics that a blockchain doesn't generate. And it's kind of just applying decentralized consensus to a different set of computations and data validation problems, basically.
Yeah, and so you mentioned a few services there that Oracle networks provide for smart contract networks. Are there other services that can you make it sort of concrete? What are the kinds of services that smart contracts might pull into? So things like data feeds and so on. But are there other kinds of things that make interesting networks? Like I've seen randomness and things like that.
Yeah, so there's kind of a progression now in terms of what's the most in demand and is kind of usually a gating issue type of service to make an application. So usually an application that's popular. So it actually started out with market data, and that began to power a lot of DeFi and still powers a lot of DeFi and helps DeFi grow, because having data from Oracle networks is kind of a precondition for DeFi markets and applications to even kind of really come into existence in a secure way. Then it's gone on to the long tail of data. So the long tail of data is just many different other topics: weather data, sports, elections, any number of other data sets. For example, today we had some great news that the Associated Press is launching an official Chainlink to provide their data about economics and their data about various other kind of real world events that previously have not been in a blockchain at that quality and in an assigned form. And then it also expanded to various smaller computations. So random number generation is a great example. Our random number generator is, the verifiable randomness function that we have is actually verifiable on chain. So it provides a lot of reliability to games and NFT generation events and so on. And then from there, computation has really grown to include something called keepers, which is doing more general purpose computation, starting with DevOps tasks And now we're actually applying Oracle networks to cross-chain communication and token movement, both. And so all of these kind of problems, they really just require a form of decentralized consensus about the validation of data, the generation of randomness, the execution of a DevOps task, the transition of messages and information or tokens between chains. And so that's been the progression. It's been data, it's been validated data, computation, and now moving on to cross-chain messaging and token movement.
That's awesome, and congratulations! Really exciting on being able to pull in all of this real world rich data, from different economic facts and election results and so on. Like that's super cool. Digging into the data feeds, are there kind of one of the things that Filecoin is really good for is just massive scale data storage. So are there any kind of like interesting data feeds that are like really big, or any kind of like large data sources that you're excited to be able to tap into?
Yeah, so I know that the Filecoin network continues to grow and holds many valuable data sets, and there's a lot of work there around how do you get the data out of the Filecoin decentralized storage system into powering various smart contracts. There's weather data, IoT data. There's a number of different exciting data topics that I think are useful and going to be and are being used for various more advanced smart contract use cases. I think there's also something to be said about the ability for Oracle networks to use decentralized storage as a for persistence, basically as a persistent data store, because once again, the Oracle networks, their goal isn't to generate blocks of transactions. Their goal also isn't to generate a form of consensus for persistent long-term data storage. Their goal is to just kind of generate the consensus around the validation of data or a random number or a DevOps task or cross-chain movement or something. And the actual persistence doesn't really want to stay in the Oracle network. That's not going to be as efficient, and that's not really the point. And really, actually, I think it's important for different projects to carve out and really focus on, in a very clear way, on specific parts of the decentralized stack. So I see Oracle networks and various Chainlink networks getting substantial amounts of data from Filecoin. I see them writing substantial amounts of data into the decentralized storage network that is Filecoin, getting the benefit of decentralized, persistent storage. And beyond that, I think there's actually a lot of other interesting combinations where you can basically verify certain things on the Filecoin network and prove that they're there, maybe without having to move all the data elsewhere, and just a lot of other interesting combinations. One interesting one I saw recently was providing insurance for Filecoin miners to create certain guarantees that the Filecoin miners will actually be guaranteed to retain the data at a certain service level. So I think there's a lot of collaboration, because what I see from what I see from the projects that tend to do a really good job at building a focused part of the stack is that they focus on a part of the stack. And so, that's where I think both of our approaches are very similar, in that we've chosen the part of the stack, and we've really focused in on doing that to the most secure and decentralized degree possible.
Yeah, it's fantastic what becomes possible when you start coupling the ability to pull in lots of data and facts about the world in larger scales, and you're able to connect that to the computation of smart contracts and so on through oracles. This is like really building up to something extremely powerful for the whole world. You described it as sort of like the truth machine. Can you tell us about this broader concept and how these cryptographically secured systems and cryptographically verified systems are going to fit into helping solve large scale problems in the world?
Sure. Of course. I don't know exactly when this is going to happen. I know that adoption of decentralized services, both in the storage format and in the Oracle network format, is happening now at greater and greater scale. I know that enterprises are using smart contracts more and more. So those two things I know are happening. The dynamic of the truth machine and the value of cryptographic truth, I think, really depends on the point at which society decides that it's important for a certain part of society to work a certain way. And what I mean by that is that the way that society works in many different specific verticals or industries or ways of doing things in like specific formats, whether it's ad networks or social media or trading or real estate, is the dynamic is pretty much, we told you one thing, we did another. We told you one thing and we did another again, right? So recent examples are Evergrande, right? Evergrande, the big real estate developer, told people one thing, did another, because nobody really knew what solvency was. In the Western kind of part of the world's internet, Robinhood said one thing, did another, right? A little bit less recently, Wirecard in Europe, payments network basically committed fraud, said one thing but did another. And the reason that these firms can say one thing and do another is because they're not forced, they're not cryptographically forced to act in a certain way. And at a certain point in a certain industry or in a certain subset of human activity, there will be enough of these kind of, we said one thing, but we did another events. Like imagine if there were 5 Robinhoods back to back month after month, or imagine if there were like 20 Evergrandes back to back every week. People in that part of the world would decide, look, this kind of say one thing, do another model doesn't really work for us anymore. We actually need to know your solvency. We actually need a guarantee that you can't hold trading. We actually need to know that your payment network, has a solvent set of reserves. And that's when the truth machine, which I understand to be this collection of technologies, because they all kind of need to work together. The truth itself is generated through Oracle networks. It's then fed into on-chain state that defines outcomes. And then it's stored, the results or, the things that people want to be persistent are stored in decentralized storage networks, such as Filecoin, right? So the truth machine is what I think consumers and users will get from all of this work that all of us are doing. And eventually there will be a flip. And the flip will not be, hey, we want to make a crypto startup, or hey, we're an enterprise and we want to, compete with other enterprises. It'll be, I'm a consumer and I only want to do trading, or I only want to buy real estate, or I only want to use a payment system if it gives me a cryptographic guarantee.
Yep.
And that'll require private keys, the truth machine in the form of oracles, smart contracts, and decentralized storage. And when that flip in society happens, that's when it's going to be like email, right? If you don't have email, good luck conducting transactions.
Yep.
It's going to be the same dynamic, except for this cryptographic truth.
Yeah, looking forward to that future. And I think one of the things that is going to help us get there, that I think a lot of people are super excited about, is Chainlink 2.0, and that brings out in sort of these hybrid smart contracts and so on. Can you tell us a little bit about that? How do those work?
Sure. So hybrid smart contracts are the name we have in the paper for the more advanced version of smart contracts, which is actually a collection of different systems and cryptographically guaranteed services that make the advanced version of a smart contract, right? So the definition of a smart contract over time has expanded, right? When you and me started, a smart contract was one piece of code that did one thing, probably generate a token. It didn't have a multi-sig, it didn't have a DAO voting contract, it didn't have a bunch of other contracts, right? Now the definition of a contract, well, not now, but then the definition expanded to, hey, it's actually this token contract, and it's a voting contract, and it's a multi-sig, and it's all these different contracts. Now it's expanded to all those contracts and some off-chain services, right? Some trust minimized off-chain services in the form of Oracle networks. And now there are smart contracts that use many different pieces of on-chain code, some Oracle networks, and a decentralized storage solution. And I think what's going to continue happening is that the amount of services, the amount of on-chain services, off-chain services, decentralized storage solution services that are cryptographically guaranteed and can be combined into more and more advanced configurations and more advanced use cases is going to grow rapidly. And so this is what's going to generate all those permutations of different use cases, because it's actually a very logical model, right? If you look at Web 2.0, Web 2.0 isn't just some core code somebody wrote and that's it, right? Web 2.0 web applications that function at a high level of value for users and at scale and speed and security, they're composed of hundreds of services, right? There's a ton of internal services that were written. There's a ton of external services from different places, right? So what a hybrid smart contract is a smart contract that isn't just about, hey, there's this piece of on-chain code or there's these 2 pieces of on-chain code. It's, hey, there's these 5 pieces of on-chain code over here. There's 20 other pieces of on-chain code and 20 other chains to take people's money and give them back yield. There's 5 Oracle networks, all performing different functions, 2 giving data, 1 generating cross-chain interactions, 1 generating keeper events, 1 generating some kind of anti-fraud mechanism. And by the way, everything that's going on is being persistently stored in a decentralized storage mechanism, like Filecoin. And this is what a hybrid smart contract is. And logically speaking, right, and it's not even logically speaking, this is what DeFi is, right? DeFi is a hybrid smart contract, which is partly why DeFi uses so many oracles, because without oracles, DeFi can't exist. So all of the more advanced use cases are going to be hybrid smart contracts. And the interesting thing is that those failures, like the Robinhood failure, basically brought in a crop of people that weren't necessarily interested in tokenization. They were interested in using a hybrid smart contract that's called DeFi. And so in my experience in this industry, that's really the first time that I've seen people come into our industry en masse, not for the purposes of, hey, I want to get a token, buy a token, hold a token, sell a token, whatever a token, but I want to interface with a different way of doing things in a trust minimized manner. Yep. And I think that's a very, very significant difference from previous spikes in demand and usage of the technology in this industry.
Yeah, extremely well put. And speaking of use cases, part of what is going to help build out the truth machine and it's going to leverage the hybrid smart contracts and all these APIs that people are building over time is developers out there. So we have both the Chainlink community and the Filecoin community have many thousands of developers, probably tens of thousands of developers together, those developers experimenting with the tools and the tech and so on, coming up with new use cases, coming up with new applications, and experimenting is what ends up building the new kinds of applications that are going to flesh out and improve the world and make the truth machine have an impact. Something that we've been spending a bunch of time doing in the last year is sort of fleshing out this builders funnel to help builders out there try out and experiment with different kinds of technology and different kinds of architectures and so on, and provide some time and space for them to hack together, and then from then go on to graduate into accelerator programs, and from there go on into raising funding through venture capital and grants and so on. And one of the coolest things that's happened is these Chainlink Spring Hackathon earlier in the year had like this record-breaking developer turnout with around 4,000 signups, 140 project submissions, participants from 170 countries. It was a huge success. And one of the really cool things that happened out of that was many of those of the participants in that hackathon went on to develop their hacks into applications and businesses, and went into one of the several accelerator programs. And I think 9 of them, at least I know of at least 9 participants in the Chainlink Spring Hackathon that went on to the Tachyon cohort accelerator. So cool ones that I'll mention include or these 9 are like WeatherXM, which is a weather station Oracle network, Fractio, Tamago, Bodo, Skill Wallet, Nifty Royale, Xerox Essentials, Blockbet, and Chester. So I'm mentioning these because they're they're example builders and example applications that came out of that hackathon, and they are now off to the races building one of these applications, helping improve tech and improve use cases and whatnot. And tomorrow, I know that your fall hackathon is starting, and that now went from I think 100K in prices in the last one, to 500K in prices. So tell us about the hackathon tomorrow.
Yeah, sure, of course. It's at over 500,000 in prizes now. I don't even think it's just the prizes. I think it's the fact that there's a lot of mentorship. There's people from Google. There's people from a lot of different large and small organizations that can help both very early developers and later stage developers. And you're absolutely right that I've been really impressed at the amount of hackathon projects that actually continue to live and continue to exist as not only participants in various incubators, but end up actually raising substantial multi-million-dollar rounds. So we've had multiple people raise multiple multi-million-dollar rounds from the previous hackathon, and this hackathon seems to be substantially larger, like anywhere from 50 to 100% larger in terms of the prizes and the size of the amount of developers. In any case, I think that our approach to all of this is that the developer community is really going to take the infrastructure that you and I have worked on for many years and turn it into something useful. And so our goal should be on enabling that group as much as possible through a number of resources, technical resources, services, decentralized storage, mentorship, educational courses, a path to raise money for their project. And I think the fact that that's actually happening is quite impressive, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the developers that actually use all of this infrastructure that's being built by our community and your community, and even the combination of that infrastructure. It's going to be those developers that create the use cases that bring the value of all of this to the average person in developed, emerging, and various markets. So, I really appreciate the way the Filecoin community approaches supporting developers, and we have a very strong focus on that as well. So if you're very early in your career in terms of learning smart contracts or learning how to build decentralized applications, you should attend the hackathon and get going, because there are people that started that way and now have actual projects that got funded. And if you're far along, then there's a lot of cutting edge presentations from top protocol teams and various other kind of benefits to doing the experience track. So I encourage everybody to go check it out, and it's going to be I think it's going to be pretty cool what comes out of this one.
Yeah, it's a huge success so far in all of the builders in the last hackathon. I can't wait to see what people are going to build in this one. It's super exciting to see all the participation, and I think this will just continue to compound well into next year and the year after that, and so on. And I think we can really build up a really great application, kind of like reactor, where people can come together, experiment with the tooling, get mentorship, try things out, build something, and if that thing has legs and it can be successful, then go on to accelerator programs and raise funding and so on. So yeah, definitely participate. Reach out to us if we can be helpful, and so on. Are there any applications that you would love to see built in the hackathon? Any ideas that you would throw out there?
Yeah, so I think there's two categories that are still underutilized but have a lot of potential. One is something called Chainlink Keepers, where you can actually do certain amounts of off-chain compute in Oracle networks called Keeper networks. And that actually greatly expands the scope of what you can efficiently build in the form of a smart contract, or a hybrid smart contract, as I defined it earlier. And the other one is the individual data providers that sign data right now and provide it from themselves as a data provider. As I said today, and the Associated Press announced that they're launching their own official Chainlink node, and so you'll be able to get election results, GDP, inflation indicators, any number of pieces of data. And so there isn't just market data, and there isn't just randomness. That's kind of the spike in the long tail, but then there's the long tail of all the things that you could build using various specific individual data sources. We have data sources about real estate prices. We have data sources that can be combined into an inflation index. And I think it's the combination of these unique data sources as well as off-chain compute capabilities that aren't traditionally found on a blockchain. Those two combinations, possibly mixed with market data, mixed with the DeFi aspect, those are the permutations where I think a lot of unique and previously unseen things will come out of. And I think that there's a lot of different trust issues that can be solved through those permutations. So I would actually look at the newer functionality and the newer data sets, and I would think about, hey, nobody has ever had this data set on a blockchain, or nobody has ever had this ability to generate this type of trust minimized off-chain compute into a hybrid smart contract. How can I use this new capability to generate something new and novel? And I think that'll be impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a really amazing time, amazing hackathon. Can't wait to see what people make. Sergey, extremely well put. thank you so much for coming to participate in Filecoin Orbit. Thank you for all of what you and the entire team, the set of teams building Chainlink and all of the infrastructure and all of the Oracle networks are doing. Is like a really critical part of the future of Web3 and making the truth machine reality and helping it be impactful in the world. So a huge pleasure as always. Great to chat with you. It's been great to get work together for many years now, and looking forward to many more.
It's my pleasure as always. Thank you for having me.
All right, coming in here. Thanks so much, guys. You're getting a lot of love in the chat. They said that they want to see a chess match between Juan and Sergey at some point. So let's make that happen. Also, Sergey, the whole firm saying one thing and doing another. I do think that happens over and over again, all the time, every day. It just maybe doesn't get as much press. It's sort of gnarly out here dealing with traditional organizations. But anyway, thank you so much. We are going to take another small break, everyone who's tuning in. We just want to make sure you get all that knowledge sinking into your brain. But up next, we're going to break out into the 2 tracks again. So we'll see you all back here very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. That was amazing to hear that kind of development after all these years from Juan and Sergey. And to continue on that line, I'll be your host. I'm Nolan Bowerly, by the way. I'll be your host for the rest of the afternoon sessions here on Ecosystem, and we're going to learn a lot more about all the different protocols, all the different projects, all the different things that are helping, boost this entire ecosystem and bring it into orbit where we are today. So I've got HQ Han next, and HQ Han is Filecoin's Web3 collaborations and Asia growth lead. So she's in the best position to tell us a little more about what's going on with a ton of projects, particularly in this one, how Filecoin integrates across trains. So the name of this panel and this discussion, Making Web3 Permanent, how Filecoin integrates across chains. And it's really the promise of Web3 being a permanent, immutable, decentralized network. And with a multi-chain world, it's more important than ever for these projects to interoperate and use this permanent storage layer. And that's what we're here to hear more about. So HQ, thanks, and I'll see you guys at the next session. HQ, please take it away.
All right. All right, thank you, Nolan. Hello, everybody. My name is HQ. Once again, this week is a great moment for us to celebrate the first year birthday of Filecoin. And I'm really, truly pleased to bring together the panel today to talk about, Filecoin's value to Web3 and have a discussion with some of our closest collaborators on what is required for Web3 to take off. So first off, I'd like to invite each of you to give a quick introduction to yourself and your project. Let's keep it at 1 minute each. We start with Alex.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex. I'm the CEO of Aurora, the project that is doing the scalability of Ethereum blockchain. We're building a thing, the EVM runtime as a smart contract on top of Near blockchain. So we're using all of the features of the Near blockchain, which is scalability, fast execution of everything that is happening there, and pretty low transaction times. So happy to join this panel and discuss the future of Web3.
Cool. Brady next.
Hey, everybody. Happy to be here. My name is Brady Gentile. I'm on the product marketing team at Hedera. Hedera Hashgraph is a fast, low-cost, energy-efficient public distributed ledger. We're partnered with Filecoin to collaborate in an interoperable way, specifically for NFTs, and excited to share a little bit about our partnership.
Cool. Maybe Ishan and then Roger, please.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. So this is Ishan. I am from Polygon, and of course, we are an Ethereum scaling solution and sort of an aggregator of L2 solutions. So far, we have a Plasma-based solution, but also rolling out our roll-up solutions soon. So I'm basically the NFT lead at NFT and gaming lead at Polygon, and also part of the senior management team at Polygon Studios. So yeah, thanks for having me, and would love to partake in this discourse about Web3.
Roger?
Yeah, my name's Roger Brogan. I'm a solutions architect here at Chainlink Labs. That's the team behind building the largest decentralized Oracle network. Prior to that, I spent about 20 years in computer science, doing everything from application development and architectures, cloud architectures, some big data, and some AI sprinkled in there. So really excited to be talking about Web3 technologies here today.
Cool. Awesome. Let's dive right in. So maybe I'll start with the L2s. Alex and Ishan, what would you say is the value of decentralized storage, like a project like Filecoin, to your ecosystem and the Web3 stack at large? Please share with us why you think that it's important. Maybe Alex first and then Ishan.
Sure. I'd like to start. So one of the things that, from my point of view, is super important and pretty interesting at the moment, according to the market development, is actually the connection of the decentralized storage to the NFTs. So I'm not sure whether you know it or not, but in case today the OpenSea servers are going to switch off, you will never ever see your pictures of your NFTs that you have traded there. And this is a problem, right? So you will have this NFT, but in fact, what is stored on the Ethereum network at the moment is actually just a link to the file, to the servers of the OpenSea. And that's the problem, because you most probably do not want to lose the picture, or in case you're trading some kind of audible NFTs, you do not want to lose the sound. And having here the decentralized storage for things like NFTs, or in fact anything that is actually taken enough storage that it will be unwise to store on the layer one solutions, then for these type of things, it is extremely important to have a decentralized, uncensored storage where you're able to prove the fact that something is going to be stored there, something is unchanged, and is going to be kept there for a certain period of time. So this type of the applications and the partnership in between Near in general and Filecoin is playing out well. And because of this, we have projects like Mintbase that migrated to Near blockchain, and they now implementing the storage of the NFTs on Filecoin, so they can give a proof to the users that their NFTs are not going to be vanishing in some point in time, even in case Mintbase as a company will not exist anymore. So from that point of view, I do believe that decentralized storing solutions are super important. And from my point of view, storing images is just the beginning of the things. We have lots of different databases, right? And as you all know, Wikipedia right now is stored on Filecoin, right? And this is, again, super important. And obviously, Wikipedia has much more information than all of the NFTs of the world, right? So super glad. This looks very promising to me. Yeah, I'm just happy that I'm living in these times, right?
Cool. Pass over to Ishan.
Yeah, I agree with everything Alex mentioned here. I think just on a very ideological point of view as well, right? If we are going towards a decentralized future, we would typically need tools that are decentralized as well, right? So of course, even in Web3, we are constantly using solutions that are facilitating Web3, but are maybe in some essence Web2 based solutions. But like I mentioned, I think going forward, we would definitely need tools like the Graph, Filecoin, IPFS, all these systems that are truly decentralized to be able to facilitate the decentralized world that we're looking at. In terms of NFTs, right, I think we have certain problems like addressing and persistence of data that currently reside or are really prevalent in the NFT space right now. And we have all the tools that maybe Filecoin presents itself with, or rather presents itself alongside IPFS for, let's say, addressing and persistence as part of the financial layer for the verifiers to store that data and create that permanence of data for NFTs. Definitely, right. I think we it's pretty much known that Filecoin and Polygon have sort of created that bridge using Textile by Textile, where your users can start storing data on Filecoin from any Polygon address without any conversion, signups, anything. And I think that is definitely going to play a huge role in the decentralized world, particularly because with NFTs acting just as a proof of ownership, you would like to own that sort of the media as well, and you wouldn't want that to lose as well, right? Like Alex mentioned, right? So on that front, right, I think we definitely need tools like Filecoin, definitely need a very decentralized Web3 stack to further the cause of the decentralized world that we're looking at. And with Filecoin's integration with Polygon and the bridging solutions that we have, I think we are in the right direction from a protocol level.
Thank you. So I'd like to, shift the conversation to Brady from Hedera. So Hedera's ecosystem tends to have a greater composition and a good fit for enterprise use cases. And we've also collaborated with Hedera on Project Starling. Also have completed an extensive joint grant program with Hedera. So I would love Brady to share with us where you think the value of Filecoin would be to an ecosystem like Hedera.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. It's been a great partnership working with Filecoin. We always believe that there's the right tool for the right job for application developers. And, in this space, it's emerging right now. There's going to be a lot of winners, a lot of different tools that serve different purposes. And, for us, HQ mentioned enterprise use cases. A number of enterprise use cases that are starting to pop up are around NFTs and using NFTs to tokenize art, for example. There's a company ran by DLA Piper called Toko that does essentially a financial marketplace. And they've created an NFT for art. And when it comes to being able to have a fully decentralized, immutable application, you're going to need to be able to decentralize every aspect of that. So for this art NFT, for example, you have the token that's created on Hedera. And then Hedera's, it's fast, secure, efficient, and eco-friendly, but it's not going to be the best tool for the job to be able to store a large image file, for example. And so in teaming up with Filecoin, what we're able to do is provide application developers the ability to mint an NFT on Hedera and then have a URI that links out to a decentralized large file, such as a piece of art or a contract or things of that nature that are not the most efficient to store on Hedera, but be able to have them live in a decentralized, immutable way. People can trust it. And so we're really proud and happy with that collaboration with them. In terms of the grant program, it's been really fun to work with Protocol Labs and the Filecoin team. We did a $200,000 program where there's 2 categories of application that can be built. The first one is SDK for application developers to be able to integrate both Hedera's token service and Filecoin to be able to mint NFTs really quickly and easily. And then 5 prizes that we gave away for people who were building applications that integrate Filecoin and Hedera together. And we've chosen some winners for that recently, and we're going to have that announcement be made, I think, this week or next week. So super excited and on the lookout for that.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Okay, Roger, Chainlink has been a really close collaborator with Filecoin. It's like we've gone through a lot of seasons with Chainlink already. And, you know, in fact, a lot of there were like 9 winners in the Chainlink Spring Hackathon that we did together that went on to our Accelerator program, raise funding. So maybe let's talk about like, why do you think oracles and storage go hand in hand as like building blocks of Web3 stack? You know, what are the synergies here? And maybe you can unpack it for everyone here. Yeah.
Sure, be happy to do that. I mean, as Brady mentioned, as far as, you know, enterprise grade applications, you know, the decentralized Oracle network, you can think of as really like a secure middleware layer. So we talk a lot about connecting different blockchains, but we can also connect to, you know, enterprise and legacy systems in a secure way. And specifically, the technology that we developed for the Filecoin integration is something called an external adapter, which is a part of our architecture that allows connections from essentially any API. It could be Web 2 based APIs or Web 3 or blockchain information. And that allows that information to flow into the decentralized Oracle network and then be placed on other blockchains. And that data flow is bidirectional. So that opens up a lot of interesting use cases. As it's been mentioned, you know, some, you know, blockchains aren't necessarily the best solution to store large amounts of data, you know, video, images, things like that. They're just not well suited for that. So the bidirectional data flow from other blockchains and allowing that capability to go through Chainlink and then store in Filecoin opens up a lot of really interesting use cases. I mean, a couple of examples could be automated storage. Let's say that you have data that you want to grab on certain intervals and you want to archive this data. I mean, some examples that would be really interesting are historical pricing data for assets, bonding curves for DEXs at those periods of times. And you could take that data and store it in Filecoin and build a really, really powerful data set there that you could then actually turn around and come up with another scenario where maybe we have these data DAOs, if you will, that curate these large data sets, and they could sell not only, you know, portions of these data sets, they could also do additional insights, additional data analysis, and sell those insights, you know, through Chainlink oracles onto other blockchains. It could be a really useful way to collect that data and then also monetize it in another fashion.
Okay, that's super exciting. So we covered, you know, a lot of smart contract systems, enterprise use cases, oracles. I'd like to, you know, build on that and expand the topic to Web3 in general. So in the past year, we have seen DeFi and NFTs, you know, like really find their product market fit in our world. You know, some may argue that Web3 has yet to take off, and maybe the next wave will be a lot of Web3 kind of applications. So I want to ask all of you, you know, where are you seeing the next bright sparks in Web3, you know, be it dApps, use cases, or like certain verticals? Could you please share, you know, like what you are seeing in your ecosystem that particularly excites you in Web3? I think it'd be really cool to share with the audience here. I will start with Ishan.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think Web3 is definitely the place to be. And you know, just because I'm a creator myself, I mean, the creator economy is booming. You know, we are definitely seeing so many amazing tools that are available for creators, like social tokens, you know, where your fans can become professional fans. You can create a really closely knit community that can grow together with the creator. Then we have, you know, protocols like Unlock Protocol, Mintgate, that are token gating content, whether it's videos, music, blogs, etc. Really, really excited about them. Then we have, you know, certain new NFT standards coming into the fold, right? For example, the ERC 3664 standard, where there's a lot more modularity in NFTs. Let's say, you know, you own a sword NFT, you know, it'll automatically over time catch rust as time progresses. So all these NFTs that are a little more modular, a little more you know, adaptable and a little more, I would say, just modular. I think that's the best word to put it here. You know, this is definitely something that has potentially huge use cases in Web3 and in Web3 gaming. Again, on the DAO front, right, a lot of DAO tools are definitely coming up. It's a really new space. DAOs are definitely the Web3 communities, the Web3 organizations, you know, the very, very young space. A lot of amazing tools are coming up, and you're really excited about all these different things that I just mentioned, like personally.
Cool. Brady, and then Alex, and then Roger.
Sure, yeah. So some of the things that we're seeing in the market and that Hedera is finding product market fit in specifically is around high throughput use cases for data integrity. So, as mentioned before, Hedera is incredibly fast, efficient, fair. There's timestamps associated with anything that's written to the ledger. And it's small pieces of data, things that are created by data that's generated by devices, data that's generated by people. If you have like an exchange or high transaction throughput, Hedera is a perfect fit for that, up to 10,000 transactions per second, at least today. But in many cases, there is larger data that needs to be associated with the minute timestamp data that becomes verifiable. And so we are excited to be able to collaborate with Filecoin from that perspective, where let's say someone has a carbon credit based application as one example. So you've got this platform that supports people who are doing carbon sequestration. They need to be able to write data to the Hedera ledger quickly, talking about that project specific aspects and the progress that it's made. It's immutable, it's verifiable, it's timestamped. It allows people to be able to verify that the status of that project based on sensors at that site are valid. But then there's also maybe documents from an auditor that went and checked out the site. It's like, that's not something that's going to be on Hedera specifically, but it's great that they are able to still be able to decentralize it and put it on Filecoin IPFS network. And so more and more, we're seeing this high throughput data use case, things in advertising, supply chain, sustainability. And so starting to dig into that a little bit more and finding that folks are coming to Hedera for that specific use case.
Okay. Maybe Alex, you can share something. Yes.
Sure. I would like to second Ishan on the DAOs. From my point of view, there are lots of developments happening right now in DAOs. Just recently in Lisbon, it was a very big event, DAOist, about the DAOs and how the evolution of the DAOs is happening. It is super interesting piece. So from my point of view, this is one of the biggest things that is happening right now in Web3. And obviously, I believe everyone is going to, confirm this. Gaming is coming right now in Web3 with Axis Infinity and other types of the game with the things like play to earn, these concepts. I think that is going to be pretty big, and we're just in the beginning of this way. But my personal favorite, and I'm here again seconding what Brady was saying. I would really like to see good applications of the supply chain on the blockchain. And from my point of view, blockchain is meant. It was like developed to suit supply chain needs. And I'm not talking only about the delivery of the stuff or something. I'm talking about intellectual rights, intellectual property, the payouts to the artists, the payouts to people who own this intellectual property. This is all of these businesses and all of these verticals. They are so messy at the moment, and they are so broken that it really needs to have a quantum leap in these verticals. And blockchain is exactly the right technology that is able to do it. So looking forward to this.
Cool. Roger, do you have anything to add on in terms of like what's super exciting in Web3?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that, people have already alluded to, we're really just in the infancy of Web3. We're really at the beginning stages, but I think it's also really clear to see that the full impact of this is going to be transformative at a global scale. I mean, truly impressive transformations here. As we head towards what I believe to be a multi-chain world, I think a lot of people kind of agree with that. All of these chains are going to specialize to do the certain things that they do best, and having those connected so that we can access the best features in every chain, I think is going to be something that's super powerful. Along with that, I would add to just, the decentralized distribution of power and the censorship resistance that comes with decentralizing these things. I mean, the example starting of, hey, you bought an NFT and by the way, the image servers are down and your image is lost. With Filecoin, that's not going to happen. So cryptographic truth, replacing the just trust us model is, really exciting to me.
All right. I would probably take us to the last question, but a really important one. So there is a view that modern storage in the Web3 stack is required to enable all these, killer or consumer applications for consumers and also enterprises and things like that. They are really going to take Web3 forward. So in your view, what are the absolutely critical gaps in the Web3 stack that must be filled? It could be in combination with Filecoin. It could be anything. Really just want to, dive deep into this little part here for the audience here. I'd love to start with Alex, maybe.
Sure, absolutely. So from my point of view, one of the most important thing that is preventing Web3 and the general adoption of the Web3 is actually a connection to the Web2, right? So if you would think of modern applications that are on the smartphones, for example, your banking application. So when it connects to the server when you're doing the banking transaction, it actually establishes a secure connection. And what it means that there's some kind of information that is digitally signed on your device, because your device has it has a key, and your device is able to calculate digital signatures, right? So doesn't it feel very, very familiar to the Web3 world when you have your own key and you're signing the stuff, right? The only difference is that Web2 users, they are not having MetaMask, they are not having some kind of other wallets, right? And but they have keys already. Every time when you see the green HTTPS, it means that you have a key and you are using this key. So I think that this piece, actually using the existing public key infrastructure that is already implemented in the real world of Web2, and having enabling the shift of this public key infrastructure to the Web3 world and allowing users to sign these transactions with their existing keys, but making blockchains or making something in the middle, this middleware piece that is actually going to transform these messages that are signed, transform it into the blockchain transactions, and making sure that users are owning their data, they are owning their value. This is a thing that is a little bit missing at the moment. And in case this thing is going to be implemented, it's going to be a massive boom for the Web3 and just a ginormous expansion of the Web3 into the Web2 world.
Absolutely. Maybe we have about 3 minutes left, so I just want to go around the room as well. Maybe like a 1-minute version of like what the critical gaps are. Maybe Roger and then Brady and then Ishan. Yeah.
Sure. I think that the user experience just needs to improve a little bit, right? I think to get broader adoption, like it was just mentioned, you have to install MetaMask, you have to understand key management, you have to understand some additional things. I think that as the user interface becomes better and better and the experience is better, then we're going to get wider and wider adoption for all these technologies.
Yeah, I agree with Roger and Alex both. The user experience is something that I think from the beginning we've all been wanting to see improvements on. Decentralized identity is one of the biggest ones. I think people should be able to traverse the web the way and be themselves and be able to operate these various applications with ease and have data privacy as part of that incorporated. And then also from the perspective of user experience, we're starting to see a lot of platforms that exist on top of the infrastructure layer that make it really easy for applications to plug into and utilize decentralized technology, but obfuscate the complexities of managing cryptocurrency, dealing with the infrastructure directly, the tax implications, all of that. And so it's almost like blockchain as a service in many ways. And I think that'll start to surface itself as well.
Yeah, I think definitely agree with the user experience bit. I think with NFT and gaming, right? I mean, user experience is what really matters. I mean, you have a time to fun metric, right? You don't want that time to be very high, right? I want to be able to have really amazing experience right from the off. So user experience, definitely one thing. Maybe what we are currently lacking is maybe, some great wallets for NFTs. I mean, MetaMask obviously is the best or the most widely adopted wallet out there, but it was not created especially for NFTs, right? Even though we might have that in the future, but definitely, something along the lines of what maybe the Sequence wallet by Horizon Games or maybe the Rainbow wallet is doing. I think we need more wider adoption of such wallets that are, keeping up with the times, so to speak. So yeah.
All right, this brings us to the close of the panel today. But thank you very much to Alex, Brady, Roger, Ishan for taking the time, coming to enter the Filecoin community and sharing your valuable thoughts. I think it's going to give us a lot of food for thought, a lot of things to discuss post the panel. And thank you for supporting Filecoin. Thank you for collaborating. This is just the beginning. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, HQ. Pardon me. Just dropped something on the floor here. That was really great. I thought Alex's piece on Web 2 and how the keys are already out there and they need to be leveraged, and so much of it's already built, and we could be much closer than we ever even imagined. Shortcuts available, I guess, is what I took from that. So now, once again, continuing in the theme of ecosystem, we're here on the ecosystem track, and we've got a pretty interesting session up next. And we went out, when we were putting some of this agenda together. One of the things that we thought was important to highlight were some of the early adopters, why they adopted it, why they decided to move and build off of what was launched a year ago. So today I've got a great colleague of mine, someone I've worked with for years now in the space, Junian Wong. He'll be moderating a panel on Filecoin in its first year from the early adopter project. And that's several projects that as soon as mainnet launched wanted decentralized storage ASAP. And this is their first year in live production. So June, take it away. welcome back, everyone. Going to intro this panel again. I did it off the back of the last when we were finishing, but a lot of important stuff here anyway. So, you know, when we're putting the panel together, one thing we thought that was really important to cover were the folks that were early adopters. Like, why did they move so early? We thought that in itself had a lot of valuable information for an audience and for people trying to look at, you know, what happened over the first year and what reasons people move their bodies to come and get involved. So I've got a great colleague of mine, Jun Ian Wong, who I've worked with for many years in the industry. He's going to lead this discussion on those projects that needed decentralized storage ASAP and adopted and used Filecoin within its first year.
Hey, thanks so much, Nolan, for that introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm going to take the liberty of introducing my panel and myself quickly, just so that we can get to the meat of the discussion here. And also Harrison from Fleek might join us as we go along. But my name is June. My background is in journalism. I've been covering the industry since 2013, early on at CoinDesk. And, you know, Filecoin has been one of the most interesting projects that I've watched develop over the years. And I think what we're going to talk about here is we're going to ask our great panelists. We have Bradley from Unstoppable Domains, which obviously you can do a bunch of stuff on it, including get a .crypto domain name from them. And Joel, a co-founder of the Ceramic Network and 3Box. And, you know, I was an early 3Box user back in maybe 2018 or so. And I remember I was quite amazed by this idea of a persistent identity on a blockchain. And obviously Ceramic has been integrating with lots of chains. So really one of the most interesting multi-chain solutions out there right now. But without further ado, I was going to ask maybe Joel to begin with, you know, let's go back 12 months, right? Filecoin is about to launch mainnet. There's a lot of buzz. We've been waiting for this for several years. What were the decisions going through your team's mind at the time? And why did you decide to integrate and work with this technology back then?
Yeah, well, so I guess 12 months ago, we just kind of like had started building Ceramic not that far or like much earlier. So, but we had like just reached a point where we had like a functioning protocol that people could use on a testnet. And so Ceramic is a protocol that's built on top of Ethereum and IPFS. So we have had kind of like experience with the technology of IPFS from Protocol Labs for quite some time. And so we kind of had been following kind of everything that's been going on there. But obviously with IPFS, it's more like a transport protocol for like structured data. And you don't really get any like persistence guarantees. Maybe for some context on what Ceramic is and like how it works. So Ceramic is a network for something we call sovereign data, which is essentially data that's associated with a decentralized identity. And in Ceramic, you have these data objects that are mutable, but only by the owner or the controller. And they're made up of IPFS or IPLD objects that link back to each other using hash links. And so a Ceramic node basically maintains the current state of these data objects. And so that's great. Ceramic can do that pretty well. But the problem is, like, if you want that data of the entire event history to be backed up, you can either back that up on like some centralized servers like the AWS, or you can do that somewhere else. And so as we started talking with the Filecoin team, that seemed like an obvious first thing to do. Like this event log actually backed that up in IPFS. So if there was some kind of catastrophe event, you could, and your node, all the node that had those data objects went offline, you can kind of go to Filecoin and find data and recover. And so back then, like, our team was still pretty small, and we actually got someone from the community to start working on a plugin. And so actually the thing that made it possible for us to do this in the first place was that there's another amazing team called Textile that built something called Power Gates, which is essentially made it easier to interact with and make deals on Filecoin. So that was integrated as like an alternative pinning solution for ceramic objects. And so that was an external community contribution to our application. So, and it's still kind of in there today. But that was super exciting back then, like just having the communities kind of come together in that way.
Gotcha. Thanks so much for that. And, you know, just to sort of refresh the audience memory, like think about, you know, Q3 2020, right? We'd just done DeFi summer. The prices of everything was probably about 30% of where they are now. You know, we had no idea the year that we had ahead of us. So going over to you, Brad, you know, we're back in 2020. What was going through your mind as you thought through this idea of using Filecoin or IPFS?
Sure. So just for those of you who don't know, Several Domains builds domain names that are NFTs. So they're stored inside of your wallet. You own them forever and no one can move them around or make updates or take them away from you, and use them for payments like decentralized Venmo, websites like pointing content on IPFS or Filecoin or some other decentralized storage network. And now most recently login. So you can log into dApps with your domain name and permission and share data. So going back to, I guess maybe the starting point for us was December 2019. I think we went live with the first IPFS websites. And what we did was we built templates that made it easy for you to launch something on IPFS and then attach the IPFS hash to your domain name. And then a few months after that, Opera browser supported it in Android. So you could type in .crypto domains and see IPFS-based websites. I think this is actually the first time that any non-DNS, any decentralized website combo, because you need the domain name and the web hosting content to get like a fully decentralized website, had ever went live. I think in August, maybe it was, of 2020. We used 3box actually, and we launched a blog tool using 3box DB Tech. And what that allowed you to do was you put the blog content on IPFS, and then you just sign a message with your private key whenever you want to make updates to the blog. So that was where we were a year ago. Our whole thing has been about user choice. Like users should be able to choose where they store their data. Users are in control. Users can point it to whatever they want. What's been interesting is that IPFS has been the primary thing that people have wanted to point their websites to. Even not pointing their domain names to, not pointing to traditional content, really to host on decentralized web content. So I think that's there's strong demand for this. I think there's 40,000 websites associated with domain names right now. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I would say the big unlock here has been browser support. So Brave browser and Opera browser both supported IPFS. I think Brave browser through an actual IPFS node running on the browser, which is amazing. So you get this kind of like without having to use some sort of a gateway, you actually get direct access to hosting content with a decentralized domain name. So absolutely amazing. I'm optimistic that Filecoin is going to get the same status in those browsers, and we would love to see that. That would be a real unlock for our users to start storing on Filecoin even more.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. And I mean, the last 12 months have been, I mean, they feel like maybe 60 months, right? It feels like 5 years. The amount of stuff that's happened. I'm just wondering, for the both of you, what are some highlights, I guess, across those 12 months, whether it's working with IPFS and Filecoin or just the wider decentralized web and Web3 ecosystem. Maybe we'll stick with you, Brad, and then we can go over to Joel.
Well, I think this was the year of NFTs. So if 2020 was the year of DeFi, 2021 was the year of NFTs. which has been amazing. It has brought in so many new people into crypto from all of these different areas, from art and collectibles and domains and all these different realms. So that's been amazing. It's also highlighted the need for decentralized storage, because what people realized, it's kind of funny that I guess it wasn't a bigger issue when NFTs, when art-based NFTs started launching in 2017 and 2018, that the content was actually on, Google servers or whatever. And people have kind of woken up to this issue, and I've started to see IPFS and Filecoin being used consistently for NFTs. I just think that's a use case that just makes a ton of sense. I think that realistically here, for those that are out there and have been playing with the tech, like, we know that all of this Web3 tech, including decentralized storage, is relatively early. So it's great when you have a really important use case with a small amount of data, like a picture. So that's a home run use case. And we've actually been focusing a lot on consumer use cases for this reason. Like, we launched decentralized art, verified art galleries, NFT art galleries on .crypto domains, because it's super simple. It's just going and pulling the what's in your wallet from OpenSea API. There's not a ton of content, and then you can display that really easily. Whereas if we built unstoppabledomains.com entire app, it might have been harder. So that's been the thing that we've really been seeing and focusing on, is these consumer decentralized web use cases, which have just had a lot lower friction, because they don't need as much data for some of these things that we're doing.
That's super cool to hear. And, it really makes the case for kind of some of these crypto native use cases, right? It's like when you have a crypto native thing like crypto art represented by NFT, decentralized storage and addressing makes perfect sense. Joel, what have your highlights been?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it feels like there's been many years that happened in this year. So it's hard to kind of lift some things, but yeah, NFTs, of course, is just this crazy information overflow that's happening. A lot of kind of different types of infrastructure started to come online in terms of, DeFi protocols becoming more stable and more kind of interoperable. More people have realized how to build things more composably. I think also some of the data infrastructure Filecoin is of course one example, and the evolution there has been like, so when we started, there was like PowerGate, which was kind of like, Web2 API, which you called, and then the PowerGate kind of like made everything you needed to do with like deals and stuff like that. And now I know there's multiple projects kind of thinking about how to make that better, and like the interaction of like how you engage with miners be much smoother, and maybe work from other layer 1 blockchains. We've also like seen a lot of layer 2 come online and like experimentations with just more scalability in blockchain. And I think those are still kind of like experimental. The layer 2s that are on Ethereum today are kind of like, they're keeping their capacity limited still, used to make sure they can scale. Another really exciting thing, and like, it's kind of like amazing how quickly it happened. It's still kind of not very public, but like all the DAOs that started coming up, there's like investment DAOs and NFT DAOs, and everyone is kind of in some DAO. And like, how did that happen? So that's really exciting, just like seeing more ways to do coordination online, and just like, how do we make better decisions or work together more effectively, and that's some of the things that have been in the Web3 crypto ethos and vision for a long time, but now we're actually starting to see something that's actually actualizing that. Yeah, I guess it's like,
I was gonna ask you quickly as well, on the topic of DAOs, and everyone's in these DAOs, and you have lots of different chains and layer 2s. Does that tie into Ceramic's kind of thesis, I guess, of identity?
Yeah, so I guess our thesis on identity is kind of that, identity is not really something in the traditional sense where you get some credential from some institution or governmental body or whatever that gives that to you, and now you have like your identity. That's kind of the old world model of how identity is. But if you think about your kind of psychological identity, or like your real kind of identity, that's made up of the relationship you have with other people, the relationship you have with the world. And so that's really the approach that we took with Ceramic, making your online identity being just like an emergent property from all of your interactions with applications, with other users. And so in order to achieve that, we needed to make data verifiable, that all data that the user generates needs to be verifiable. And that ties in really well with DAOs, because in the DAO ecosystem, right now you have kind of the on-chain smart contract where you do some voting and you have like your treasury, but then kind of coordination happens in Discord or forums, and that is going to work for a while. But we've seen that, you know, with Wall Street bits and stuff like that, Discord is not, you know, a stranger to just removing a community if there's pressure. And so I think we really need better tools that are not as easy to manipulate, and also tools that allow how do you say, like basically applications to use the same data in different views.
That's a great jumping off point. We have 90 seconds left. I'm gonna ask you guys where you think things are gonna go in the next 12 months. So Brad, you go first.
Yeah, well, I think over the next 12 months, we're going to see a lot more content being pointed from NFTs to Filecoin and IPFS. And so this is not just, you know, domain names for websites. This is art and experiences that NFTs unlock. I think NFTs are going to start to be keys, you know, broadly speaking, used as keys to open content on these networks far more. It's already happening a little bit, but I think that in a year that'll be, you know, potentially as normal as joining a DAO.
Gotcha. Joel, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll see much better tooling for creating kind of automatic uploads to Filecoin, where you don't have to know and do everything about the structuring the deals and stuff like that. So that's something I'm really excited about.
Awesome. That gets us in with 15 seconds to go. Big thanks, Brad and Joel, for joining us. And I will turn over to Nolan.
Thanks, June. That was a lot of fun. I like the idea of NFTs used as keys to enter spaces. It's a little bit about what we heard in the panel before. So when you hear things twice like that and they start rhyming, you can more easily picture it happening. So we're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be right back with a session called The Forest for the Trees, all about Filecoin's implementation of Rust.
Hello. Hey guys. Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me here in this Filecoin's Orbit Day on the anniversary. Quite a big achievement for all of us in the Web3 space. Today, I'm representing ChainSafe and specifically Forest, which is another client in the Filecoin network. So here we go. So just a little bit about ChainSafe Systems, who we are. We are a blockchain R&D firm with a multi-chain perspective. We have built various clients for various ecosystems in the Web3 space, which includes Lodestar for Ethereum, Gossamer for Polkadot, Ethermint for Cosmos, and my personal favorite, Filecoin's Forest. We love the blockchain space and are always super excited to work with infrastructure projects that are shaping the future of Web3 as we know it. Let's see. Okay, There we go. Little bit about me. So I started in the crypto space a couple of years ago, back in 2017, where I worked as an ETH developer and built a lot of dApps and ICOs. At that time, I also got a chance to make a small contribution to the Ethereum network during that time through an EIP, which is 1973 Scalable Rewards. After that, I became a developer advocate for decentralized oracles like Chainlink, worked around the decentralized oracle space, and worked on a lot of various DeFi projects that managed over 40 million in liquidity. And as of this year, I joined SaneSafe as a technical project manager for Forest. So what's the bigger vision for Forest? I guess this is very exciting for us, especially this week, because we have done our first initial alpha launch as of today. So which is very exciting for ChainSafe as well as the Filecoin network. So Forest is an implementation of the Filecoin written in Rust. So as of the current state of ecosystem today in 2021, we can see that there are a lot of Rust projects that are built in various ecosystems like Dot, Solana, Rust-based Substrate, and Rust is becoming one of the most important languages that is being used in the crypto space as a whole. So we aim to provide a first-class language binding to the Filecoin data structures and related APIs in Rust. So that's our bigger vision as Forest, and how we're going to contribute to the Filecoin ecosystem. The implementation, we have like a two-part approach. And the first part has been the initial alpha release, where we are launching our MVP, where it has all the robust or I would say more the critical components that you need to for a node to run that goes with the Filecoin protocol specifications, specifically to VM, the virtual machine, blockchain, node system, mempool, state CLI commands. The second component, which will be more geared towards the next release or the beta release, is integrating the functional components for storage, mining, and retrieval markets to have a very robust, fully functional Filecoin node implementation. So for the MVP that we have this week, that's for the alpha release. So what does it entail? So we have a file state tree synchronization. So it's in sync with the latest chain of the Filecoin mainnet network with an ergonomic message pooling system. We have a JSON RPC server, which follows the Lotus implementation very closely, so that users who are already using Lotus have a very good, have a smoother transition if they want to try out Forest. As we are also building in Rust, so we have blazing fast CLI commands, and where you know, even if the network is really heavy or congested, you will be able to see your balance very quickly. And a UI dashboard where you can see the current state of the node, the blocks that are being synced, more, and all the data that are in the Filecoin network through a very user-friendly dashboard. So as we are near our launch, we would really ask help from the community to join our Discord channel. There's a GitHub repo on ChainSafe that's open source. Please download, run, test it. Let us know your feedback, if any other features that you want to be included in Forest. There's an article on our release today from our Medium blog post, where we talk about the critical milestones that we have crossed, all the FORs that we have fixed from our recent audit. Really looking feedback from the community here. And also we're looking to interview dApp developers, miners, Filecoin users, or any startups that are in the ecosystem building on top of Filecoin, or how we can help contribute or help them build more better use cases for Forest. So that will be all for Forest. Happy to take any questions if there are, and feel free to contact us if you want to know more about ChainSafe or Forest and how we are contributing to the Filecoin Rust ecosystem. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Pardon the technical snafu there. We should have gone directly to Marta a few minutes ago, and we will now. So this is Marta Belcher once again, and on a year of storing humanity's most important information. Marta, thank you for your patience. You're up.
Terrific. Thank you so much for the multiple introductions. I'm Marta Belcher, and I'm so excited to be here today to talk about all the work of the foundation in the year since mainnet launch. So of course, I'm here virtually, and I think in 2021, it's really easy to take for granted that we can be virtually present in every corner of the globe. And I think it's easy to forget that the internet is actually quite fragile. But a few weeks ago, we had a pretty jarring reminder. As I'm sure we're all well aware, on October 4th, Facebook experienced an outage. So for 5 hours, Facebook was completely inaccessible to the 3.5 billion people across the world who depend on it for communication and business. And it wasn't just Facebook. Everything that relies on it was paralyzed. Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger. Millions of people use Facebook to sign into other apps and websites. Even Facebook employees were literally locked out of their buildings. Their digital badges stopped working and they couldn't communicate internally. Now, it's kind of funny to imagine Facebook employees being unable to open doors with their badges, but it's not so funny to think about a person whose livelihood depends on that system losing an entire day of income. And it's also a stark reminder of how much of our lives we experience through just a handful of corporations and the problem with single points of failure. And the next day, when the most recent Facebook whistleblower testified in Congress, we also got a stark reminder of what it means to have no choice but to trust those corporations, to trust them not to misuse troves of data about us, what we do online, who we talk to, what we click on, or what we say, to trust them to keep that data safe from attackers and to protect our civil liberties when responding to requests from governments, and what it means for those corporations to be fallible. The problem is today's internet is centralized. The vast majority of data making up the many websites we use every day sit in data warehouses owned by just 3 companies, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and Google Cloud. We have repeatedly seen these companies suffer blackouts and vast swaths of the web go down for hours, including websites that are massive contributors to the economy. That's the problem with having single points of failure. We believe that you can create a better version of the web if you combine the storage capacity and computing power on all of our individual devices into a supercomputer-like network and store multiple copies of data across those devices. On this decentralized version of the internet, websites will stay up even if some nodes fail, and critically, the availability of information is not dependent on any one server or one person or one company. This provides a much more robust platform for humanity's most important information. And Filecoin provides the incentives for people to contribute storage to that decentralized internet. And this year, we have been just blown away by how well those incentives work. During Filecoin's first year, 3,300 Filecoin storage providers have contributed nearly 12 exabytes of storage capacity. So to put that in perspective, that could store all of the written works of mankind in all languages from the beginning of recorded history to today, more than 10 times over. And as you'll hear today, that storage space is being used to preserve humanity's most important information. At the Filecoin Foundation, our mission is to build the internet of everyone, to place control of humanity's most important information into everyone's hands. In short, the Filecoin Foundation is the steward of the Filecoin community. In 2017, the creators of Filecoin envisioned that an independent Filecoin Foundation would serve as the long-term governance body for the Filecoin ecosystem. They gave the foundation a mandate to grow an open ecosystem for decentralized storage and to give developers an open and sustainable platform to build, enhance, and monetize those services. They wanted the foundation to be modeled on foundations for other open source projects like the Apache Software Foundation, the Mozilla Foundation, and the Linux Foundation. And today, the Filecoin Foundation is an independent organization on a mission to accelerate the growth of Filecoin to create a decentralized, efficient, and robust foundation for humanities information. The Filecoin Foundation also has a sister charitable organization, the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. FFDW focuses on the broader decentralized web ecosystem and funds the development of open source tools that will be the backbone of tomorrow's decentralized web. So while the Filecoin Foundation focuses on building and supporting the Filecoin community, accelerating the growth of the Filecoin ecosystem, facilitating community-driven governance, and funding Filecoin-related R&D, the FFDW focuses on building and supporting the DWeb community, education about Filecoin and the decentralized web, storing public interest data sets, and funding DWeb research and development. And that doesn't just mean supporting exciting new projects and features, it also means consistently funding infrastructure, upgrades, and security on existing projects. And it means educating the wider public about the importance of the decentralized web. We want people to understand how the centralized internet they depend on can be single points of failure and can undermine privacy and free expression. And we want people to understand how decentralizing the web can preserve the knowledge that's most important to our history, our present, and our future. So these are ambitious missions, and I want to start by telling you about the teams that have been working tirelessly to make our vision a reality. These two organizations have incredible boards of directors, and I have the privilege of being on both boards. Our Filecoin Foundation board also includes Marcia Hoffman, a renowned electronic privacy attorney, Nicole Wong, the former Deputy Chief Technology Officer of the United States under Obama, and Brian Behlendorf, the co-founder of the Apache Web Server Project, and until recently, the Executive Director of Hyperledger. And the FFDW board also includes Rainey Reitman, a prominent digital rights activist, and Kristen Smith, the Executive Director of the Blockchain Association. We also have an incredible group of advisors. It's hard to summarize all their accomplishments, but Joe Lubin is the co-founder of Ethereum, Katie Biber, former General Counsel of Anchorage, Georgia Quinn, General Counsel of Anchorage and former GC of CoinList, Sandra Rowe, the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council, Alex Fierst, an expert in content policy, Brewster Kale, founder of the Internet Archive, Wendy Hanamura, Director of Partnerships for the Internet Archive, and finally, Sheila Warren, who's head of blockchain and data policy for the World Economic Forum. And we have an incredible staff now of more than 20 full-time people. I wish I had time to tell you about all of them, but let me tell you about at least a few. Clara Tsao was recently the co-founder and a board member of the Trust and Safety Professional Association. She was a White House Presidential Innovation Fellow and Executive Director of the U.S. Congressional App Challenge. Megan Kleiman was the co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of 3Scan. Danny O'Brien recently joined the foundation from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Rachel Horn is the foundation's head of comms after joining us from Protocol Labs. And Aaron Stanley recently joined us from CoinDesk, where he used to run events like Consensus. So our boards, our advisors, and our incredible staff are working every day to expand and strengthen the Filecoin ecosystem. So I'd like to share some of the programs we support and describe the impact that we've had in this first year since mainnet launch. So the foundation oversees major grants and partnerships to reward value, inspire contributors, and seed the creation of new projects and tools that are using Filecoin. For the developer community, the foundation's Dev Grant program has awarded more than 100 grants through this program alone for app development, developer tools, research, and community events. These efforts have helped contribute towards the Filecoin ecosystem growth of more than 20 to 30 grants per month. We're also supporting larger projects that use Filecoin to address a variety of needs. And for example, the foundation funds 2 of the implementations of Filecoin built by Sormitsu and ChainSafe. We share RFPs with the broader Web3 community and have gotten an overwhelming response. We've been able to award grants for the development of solutions like consensus visualization tools, wallets, mining tools, block explorers, and more. The Filecoin Foundation also awards microgrants that bridge the gap between the need for large-scale funding and the efficiency of one-off bounty projects. These are perfect for social science researchers, developers, engineers, data scientists, or anyone interested in the Web3 or crypto to apply their skill sets to projects in the Filecoin ecosystem. We also collaborate with ecosystem partners to develop tools that combine Filecoin's decentralized storage and other network capabilities. So, for example, we've run a joint grant and hackathon program with partners like Hedera, IPFS Force, Chainlink, Near, and others. And in the last year, the foundation has supported nearly a dozen hackathons, helping the ecosystem reach over 10,000 developers this year. And the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web also administers community grants and programs for the larger decentralized web community to accelerate the adoption of open decentralized technologies and build communities that are supporting Web3 and particularly bringing it to wider audiences. So here's just a peek at some of the projects we funded to date. The Starling Lab is a project of Stanford and USC that uses the Filecoin network to permanently preserve the USC Shoah Foundation's archive of 55,000 video testimonies of genocide survivors to ensure that their stories can never be forgotten, altered, or lost. Starling is also developing a framework to securely capture, store, and verify historical records and creating methods to establish trust in decentralized records. This is a hugely important project that's supported by a long-term multi-year commitment of funding from FFDW. Last month, the FFDW also awarded a 3-year grant to the Freedom of the Press Foundation. This grant will be used to explore a decentralized architecture for SecureDrop, an open source news and information system used in newsrooms worldwide for secure document exchange and to preserve the Freedom of the Press Foundation's valuable data sets on the Filecoin network. So that would include, for example, the Press Freedom Tracker, which includes extensive documentation of press freedom violations, and the FPF's Threatened Media Outlets Archive, which includes backup versions of news websites that have been lost. FPF will also be using that grant to create state-of-the-art privacy-preserving tools within the decentralized web ecosystem. In April 2021, the Filecoin Foundation announced a donation to the Internet Archive to advance the mission of both organizations to preserve humanity's most important information and improve access to information online. So the Internet Archive is using those funds to store films and audio and books from the archive on the Filecoin network. The Filecoin Foundation also supports Filecoin's storage provider community. So the thousands of groups and individuals who are around the world lending storage capacity to the network. In June, we launched the Filecoin Storage Provider Working Group, which is a voluntary, community-driven working group that brings together Filecoin storage providers of all sizes to improve the storage experience. The group provides resources and education to bridge the gaps between Filecoin storage providers, developers, and the broader community across the globe. And in July, we launched the Storage Provider Incubation Center in collaboration with the Venus team. The center provides financial support and education resources to smaller miners around the world working with the Venus implementation of Filecoin. And in September, we launched the Storage Provider Bounty Board, a tool for crowdsourcing work requests. So you've also probably noticed a theme across all of these programs, and that theme is really community. So as an open source project, it's vital that Filecoin has transparent, community-driven governance. And the Filecoin Foundation facilitates that governance process, the Filecoin Improvement Proposals, or FIPS process. So any community member can propose changes to the Filecoin network, and the whole community can discuss network upgrades and adopt changes via the FIPS process. So this process is based on the Ethereum Improvement Proposals process, the Bitcoin Improvement Proposals process, and the Python Enhancement Proposals process. The foundation also supports Filecoin Plus, which is a program that maximizes the amount of useful storage on Filecoin by adding a layer of social trust to the network. In May, we brought together over 100 project architects, Filecoin Plus users, crypto econ experts, and storage providers at the first ever Filecoin Plus Day. In June, this community held its second set of notary elections and agreed to changes in the requirements for notaries in North America, Europe, and China. And other exciting projects under the helm of the foundation include the Security Bug Bounty Program, which rewards individuals who find and report vulnerabilities, and the Emergency Response Program to respond quickly to any security incidents. So if you take one thing away today, I hope it's this. Everything we do at the foundation and the FFDW is in service of a single goal, which is building the Filecoin and decentralized web communities. Every project we take on, every grant we award, every event we host is really designed to support the thousands of Filecoin developers, technologists, and users all over the world. So we hope you'll join us. There are so many ways that you can get involved, from attending our events and hackathons, submitting dev grant proposals, proposing a FIP, diving into our code base, contributing to a project, or applying for one of our many open positions, or just reach out. I think I can speak for everyone at the foundation and at FFDW in saying that we are absolutely honored to be part of this mission to build the decentralized web. And we are really looking forward to another trip around the sun with all of you. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Marta. That was pretty interesting stuff, especially the amount of organizations that you guys are, let's say, integrating with and promoting and helping organize. And when we come back in a few moments, we'll be able to continue on that line of thinking because we're going to be having a look at some of the Tachyon Accelerator projects that have received funding from Filecoin. So back in a moment with 5-minute presentations about each of these winners. Welcome to our last session today on this ecosystem track. We've covered a lot of different areas where Filecoin is involved with other protocols, with all kinds of projects that are growing and booming outside of it or inside of it. This last one today, the Tachyon Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator, is really about a few projects that made it through this program and are ready to grow further. So we've got a few folks: Alec Wontok, who's the co-founder and CEO of Valist; Masa Senshi Kikuchi, who is the CEO at Secured Finance AG; Ethan Wu, who's a developer and community manager at Numbers Protocol; and finally, Luis Egia, co-founder and software developer at Mintgate. Enjoy.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Thanks for joining today. I'm Alec from Valist, and we build Web3 native software distribution systems. And what this means is you could publish any software, from binary executables written in any programming languages, NPM packages, Docker images, and you could also proxy cache all of your software. And this is all powered by smart contracts, IPFS, and Filecoin. We're currently supporting Polygon and Ethereum, but we're expanding support to other smart contract platforms as well. Valist integrates with all of your favorite tools that you use every day, from NPM to Docker, and we have a new Git implementation we're working on as well as Go modules. So, as I mentioned before, you could publish any executable binary written in any programming language without having to download them from centralized Web 2 infrastructure. So, for example, when you go to download an Ethereum node or an IPFS node or Filecoin node, typically you're downloading them from a centralized repository like GitHub Releases or Microsoft Azure Blob Store. Now, this is great once you're in Web 3, but with Valist, you could stay in Web 3 the entire time. You could also publish NPM packages in a completely Web 3 native way. So this means you don't have to rely on npmjs.org to publish your packages. Same thing applies for Docker images. You can host your own decentralized Docker registry and share your Docker images across your infrastructure and with your neighbors. And of course, you could proxy cache all of your software with IPFS and Filecoin. And this is really awesome because as you're developing software, you're constantly installing dependencies, pulling them from the internet over and over and over again. And once you've downloaded them, you can't really share them very easily with other build servers in your environment or other members within the same network as you. And when NPM goes down like it did last week, if you're using Valist, you wouldn't even notice. So we've also got Valist in action here. On the left, we've got an example publishing a Go application to IPFS and Filecoin, completely Web3 native, as well as an NPM package on the right, which you can install directly with the Valist NPM registry implementation. So we'd love for you to come check us out and join our community, valist.io/discord, and come give us a star on GitHub, github.com/valist-io. Looking forward to it.
Hi, I'm Secure Finance co-founder, CEO Masa. As you can see here, we share the same value with Filecoin and Protocol Lab to serve to humanity. We are building an interbank-grade financial market for cryptocurrency and digital assets. In short, we serve humanity to look forward. Let's begin. At Secured Finance, we don't just build products. We make capital markets for long-term digital assets management. Our target users are institutional scale traders and Filecoin storage providers. We allow users to find out counterparty to do OTC derivative transactions such as loans, swaps, and forwards. In order to provide security, we make a decentralized KYC compliance system and sophisticated collateral netting algorithm. So what's new about capital markets? In traditional finance, we have two types of financial markets: money market for less than 1 year and capital market for more than 1 year. Right now, we are missing capital market players. All the current DeFi players are building money market with a spot exchange, and I think it's successful. So it's time for us to build capital markets to complete the full scale of financial market. Okay, in the next slide, let me talk about how we grew up from a small project to an investor-ready company. Our project started as a hackathon project last summer. Our core members met at HackFS, a 30-day hackathon run by East Global and Protocol Labs. Luckily, we got the top DeFi prize from Protocol Labs and the Best East 2.0 project from Ethereum Foundation. After that, in October 2020, we are invited to join the Tachyon Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator program. Tachyon was a life-changing program. We got an army trainer. Every meeting, we got provided value-adding feedbacks for our presentation, such as weak logic and inconsistency that we tend to overlook by ourselves. It provided the whole range of experience with iterative pitch practices that are needed to become an investor-ready company. I think that's the most valuable part of Tachyon. It gave us confidence and endurance throughout the fundraising period. Since the demo day on January 29th, we hit the road for fundraising. In about a month, we achieved an initial target of $2 million. We were so lucky to meet strong founder level investors who really share our vision. So we decided to stretch our goal to $3 million. In July, we finally announced the closing of the $4 million seed fundraising. Throughout the seed fundraising period, Tachyon mentors were always very helpful and supportive, and I highly appreciate this program. What's rewarding for us is that we came back to the HackFest Hackathon as a sponsor to support the next hackers. We would love to pay it forward. Now I became a mentor to Tachyon Accelerator program to support Web3 founders. So if you need some help, feel free to reach out to me. And how we utilize Filecoin is quite simple. As you can see, Filecoin is a store of data. And now we are living in the digital economy. People call data is the new oil. So Filecoin is store of value. We want to support Filecoin ecosystem from the point of financial aspects. So let me explain why Filecoin. Filecoin is a new asset class and it's very interesting from finance and investment point of view. First, Filecoin is a utility coin. And second, it is long-term growth with digital economy. And thirdly, it comes with really high interest rates. So from investors' point of view, it is very attractive investment asset. So what's next for us is to build interest rates related markets and invite institutional investors. First, we build loan market. And secondly, we create forward market. Like an FX forward allows you to hedge forward currency risks. And then we can also do swap transactions. And the fourth is so important, LIBOR-like benchmark rate. We're going to publish a benchmark rate to do swap transactions. And lastly, we are developing KYC and AML services for decentralized platform. And thank you very much. And please follow our Twitter and join the Telegram and Discord community channel. And I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Hello to everyone in attendance. Thank you for your time. My name is Ethan, and I'll be giving this Filecoin presentation on behalf of Numbers Protocol, a Taiwan startup with a vision of creating a decentralized photo network for Web3. Numbers Protocol is a decentralized photo network that combines the latest in Web3 and content provenance technology to address core issues in digital media, namely ownership, creation, provenance, ecosystem, and accessibility. As a Web3 photo network, Numbers utilizes Filecoin and IPFS to store photos created and registered in the network. Photos are created and registered with Capture app, the first commercially available blockchain camera app and primary tool of Numbers Protocol. Today, photos are just raw images, untraceable and devoid of any information. Images created with Capture app, which we coin as captures, are multi-layered information containers with embedded ownership, context, provenance, creator signature, and on-chain records. Captures represent the future of digital assets, traceable, verifiable, and unique. By default, all captures are uploaded to IPFS. For further increased accessibility, captures can be uploaded to Filecoin with Capture app network actions. Content accessibility is extremely important, especially when it comes to digital ownership. Decentralized storage solutions such as Filecoin go a long way to ensuring that bottom line. One of the primary missions of Numbers Protocol is to combat misinformation by giving viewers the full picture by creating traceable and verifiable digital media with content provenance. Another part of the misinformation discussion that needs more discussion is how accessible is our content. March 2019, Hong Kong protest. January 16, 2021, US Capitol insurrection. June 21st, 2021, Apple Daily News shutdown. These events are just a few out of many where centralized governments and organizations took matters into their own hands to limit access to information in the name of combating misinformation. Today, many of the world's happenings are stored digitally and captured by our smartphones. It's not far-fetched to say these collections of digital accounts makes up our modern history now and moving forward. There are times in history when these accounts are physically burned at the hands of changing regimes attempting to silence narratives and control populations. The act has long-lasting effects as history literally turns to ashes and fades away. Nowadays, these accounts are digital, and instead of literal burnings, you have server access shutdowns and information manipulation. Nowadays, we hear about authenticity of information. What isn't discussed because we take it for granted is information availability. When it comes to information, availability is just as important as authenticity. That is why Filecoin is so important and integrated into our project. What's next for us? Well, we're looking to incorporate the community into our decentralized photo network by launching our Numbers token. We're also looking to build out the Numbers protocol ecosystem in the hopes of changing the way digital media is viewed, valued, and treated. If you're interested in the decentralized photo network we're building, feel free to reach out to us. We're always looking for strategic partners to further our visions and goals. My name is Ethan, developer and community manager at Numbers. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Luis. I'm a co-founder at MintGate, and today I'd like to display what we've built so far since our origination at the Tachyon Accelerator program and Filecoin Accelerator. So here we have MintGate.io. The entire point of the project is to use NFTs as a way of funding creators and allowing them to explore new and innovative ways to be able to monetize. When you launch the app, you'll be able to see the main page where we have several different creators who've already created their NFTs and token-gated links. Essentially, what our project is designed to do is add utility to existing and new NFTs. So when you create an NFT, it isn't just your unique art, it's also an access pass to whatever concept, whatever experience, whether it be digital or physical, for any of your followers and fans. So you can log in using either your wallet or Twitter. And once you log in, you have the ability to create. You can either create a token-gated link for an existing NFT if you already have something minted on chain, or you can create an NFT with its own content-gated link or crowdfund NFT. In doing so, you can connect one of your wallets. We have support for multiple types. And you can choose a variety of different NFTs to create. You can create a video, audio, web link, a physical event ticket, ebook, or crowdfund NFT. The crowdfund NFT is the most versatile. What it allows you to do is effectively create an NFT now, and then token gate, add some gated content to that NFT later. So the idea being you need to raise funds for a video, for an article, for a book. So you release the NFT right now. And as a result, people buy it to fund your project. And then you are able to grant them access because they already hold the NFT. All of the content that we upload and are hosting is uploaded to IPFS in a way so that it's decentralized and always accessible. Even if our website were to go down, you'd still be able to access it with the NFT. And we use the Rarible protocol in order to add the NFT creation without having to pay any gas costs, and also for all the marketplace features. So at this point, you have your NFT created. It's on sale on Rarible as well. And then you're able to add the gated link once it's sold out, or any point you want here. So let's say you want to add a gated web link to a private YouTube video. You can simply add that link, give it a name, and then the link has been added to the NFT. So if someone else were to come here and try to access that link, they would not be able to. They instead would be redirected to a page where they're prompted to purchase your NFT in order to access this video. And in doing so, you're able to continually receive monetary, continually be paid through the royalty system that we're able to apply through the Rarible protocol. A more unique feature that we've recently added is the ability to create your own white label version of the site. So what this means is you can effectively give your own, use our entire website to give your website its own domain, its own branding, its own name, and then start creating your own NFTs through your own platform. We've also recently launched the ability for you to launch your own custom contract in order to give you even more flexibility and more customization. And this is generally everything that I have to share about Mintgate at its current pace, current time.
Louis, it was good on my end. How do you think it was on your end?
It was okay. I'm a little nervous, so I'm not like.
Listen, we have another 15 minutes. You have
do you want to talk a little bit about sort of explain what recursion is and why it's important?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so Halo is a new zero-knowledge proof system, and it's about to be deployed in Zcash as the first live deployment of it in January. And that's improving the security and privacy in Zcash. But there's another aspect to Halo that's not yet been explored, which is the scalability benefits, and recursion, like you ask, is the key to that. So let me try to explain briefly what recursion in a zero-knowledge proof system is. A zero-knowledge proof system is a way to, which many of you might already know because it's so important to Filecoin already. A zero-knowledge proof system is a way to prove like a set of facts without revealing any of the information in there, just to prove the truth of the overall package of facts. And that means there's some deep connection, actually, I think mathematically, between scalability and privacy, because in computer science, scalability is really about not transmitting or computing on unnecessary information, right? And privacy, in a sense, is about not leaking or disclosing or transmitting unnecessary information or information that you don't want to share. So there's some interesting mathematical connection. Now, recursion, so Halo was the first zero-knowledge proof system that was trustless, meaning there's nobody who's responsible for setting it up, and you have to rely on those people not to cheat or anything like that. It's just pure math with no special parties involved. So it's trustless. Halo was the first zero-knowledge proof system which is both trustless and capable of recursion. Now, recursion is this mind-bending concept, which is the system is powerful enough that I can give you a proof that some other proofs are all true. And that means you can kind of stack that, right? I can give you a proof that these other proofs are all true. Now you can give someone else a proof that my proof is true, plus other things are also true. And that is potentially a really powerful building block for scalability, because now there's no limit to the size of the data set that you can prove facts about with a one efficient proof. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. It definitely makes sense. And, I think for me, just speaking for the Filecoin Foundation, I think I'm so excited about this partnership because we really think that, first of all, we think unlocking recursion in Halo for the reasons you've talked about is very, very cool. And also, we're really excited to explore how Halo might be used in the Filecoin and Ethereum ecosystems to really improve the scalability and efficiency the way you're talking about. And we really think that cross-chain proof verification could really unlock a lot of possibilities for all three of these networks. So for example, that could include, right. So that, for example, that could include, expanded uses for Zcash. And we're just very, very excited about this collaboration. What about you, Zuko? Like, what's the most exciting thing for you about this partnership?
Yeah, well, both the immediate thing that we've already started doing together, which is implementing the recursion, and like I said, Halo itself is already in the process of getting deployed to Zcash mainnet. It's scheduled to go live on Zcash mainnet in January 2022. But that's not the recursive part. That's only for just strengthening the core. But then probably the next live deployment of Halo, I'm hoping, is going to be in Filecoin to use the recursion to improve Filecoin scalability. And all networks, Zcash, Ethereum, Filecoin, and pretty much all blockchains have a scalability problem that they're facing. And so I'm excited about the possibility of that making, like, the purpose of Web3 in general and Filecoin, Ethereum, and Zcash is to make a more democratic world where, like, a world based on consent, and everyone can opt in or opt out or choose how they want to use it, and it does what they want for their purposes, not serving some like corporate monopoly or something. And for that to work, we really need scalability, because we need to be able to provide it to lots and lots of people at low cost. And that's what scalability is for. And then let me keep going on things I'm excited about. I'm also really excited about something else you mentioned, which is sort of the yet to be discovered applications of this technology. Like you mentioned cross-chain interop, and that's really interesting, because if you have the ability, if you have recursive proofs, now you have the ability to prove arbitrarily complicated data structures. That includes, you can prove the entire history and state of an entire blockchain in a single proof. And we've already demonstrated that. And that implies maybe, and this is where we get into what's fun for me as a technologist, is exploring new things and trying new things and finding out if they work and how, what the results are. So maybe with that, we can do what you were saying about use this fundamental technology as a way for other blockchains to sort of assess the state and the correctness of the state of other blockchains. Because I can give you a proof that says, here's a proof of the entire history of the Zcash blockchain in one little data chunk, and now the Ethereum and Filecoin blockchains can process that, and vice versa. That's exciting, and there might be other applications too.
I'm excited about all of those things, and especially, as you said, the potential applications in the future, and particularly the cross-chain potential applications. And I think also, just for me personally, one of my other roles is I serve as special counsel at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I do a lot of thinking about privacy and civil liberties. And so another thing that really excites me personally about this partnership is really the possibilities surrounding privacy. And obviously, you're sort of like a central figure in thinking about privacy and cryptocurrency. Well, thank you. But I would love to just hear from you sort of how you think about privacy, and how you think about that topic.
Oh, yeah. I think about it, I think a little differently than most people do. A lot of people think of privacy as like secrecy. Like having high OPSEC and, I don't know, locking your doors with better locks, or, more security or more secrecy, or being more closed about what you share or anything like that. And I don't think about that. That's not what privacy means to me at all. To me, privacy is just about consent. It's like if like you choose who in your life you want to share stuff with, like, you're having a baby, or you're sick, or anything in your life, it's up to you who you share with. Anybody else making that decision for you, that's just wrong, right? But if you choose to share things either with a lot of your friends, or if you choose to post things in public, to me, that's actually the same thing. That's your consent. That's something that Web3 needs to enable everyone to do, to share, and to share selectively on their own terms. So privacy to me is just about consent, and it's just inextricable. Like all of Web3 is about privacy, because it's about empowering the individual to have their own agency honored by the tools that serve them.
I love that. That's such an interesting perspective on it, and that's just a great way of thinking about it. And just for me personally, really, I think I've been really concerned over the last year with just increasingly seeing how regulators are thinking about privacy and anonymity. I think there's this sort of misconception among regulators that, anonymity or privacy are bad or illegal. And, this is something we've seen regulators, for example, create a term for this. They have a term, anonymity enhanced cryptocurrencies, the AECs. It even has an acronym. Right. Yeah. And so it's the regulators.
We need a new acronym.
We need a new acronym, AECs, anonymity enhanced cryptocurrencies, so that we can throw that in. So like, for example, the DOJ, the Department of Justice, had a crypto enforcement framework where they talked about these anonymity enhanced cryptocurrencies. And, I just have been really concerned about how they have been talking about it. And, for me, I think the most important thing about cryptocurrencies are that they can import the civil liberties benefits of cash into the online world. I think it's important for people to understand that privacy and anonymity aren't bad or illegal. They're absolutely essential for civil liberties. And that's especially true for financial transactions. It's not an exception. It's especially true for financial transactions, right?
Yeah.
And I remember, I always talk about pictures that I saw from the Hong Kong protests, which really sort of hit me and really drove this point home for me, which was there are these pictures where there were these long lines at the subway stations where the pro-democracy protesters were waiting to purchase tickets with cash so that their electronic purchases wouldn't be placing them at the scene of the protest. And so for me, that really underscores that, you know, cashless society is a surveillance society, and the absolute importance of, you know, anonymous transactions for civil liberties. So, you know,
I saw those pictures. Me too. I want to push back on something you said in a way. You said regulators have been like targeting Zcash and so-called anonymity enhancing cryptocurrencies. And that's true, but I noticed something really interesting over the last year. It was Trump's DOJ that wrote that paper that you described. And I think I'm seeing something going on right now that I saw in the late 1990s with the launch of the World Wide Web and the 2000s, like about 10 years along in there, which is that some, like, regulators have a lot of different mandates, right? So the law enforcement and national security regulators, both over the last year in their papers and acronyms, or the last 2 years, and also in the late 1990s, they had this opposition to encryption, right? And they, meaning the FBI and the NSA mostly, opposed the deployment of encryption for the World Wide Web at first. And they were successful at blocking it with a lot of dirty tricks and different kinds of campaigning and politics. It was all very interesting. I was involved as a foot soldier. I like sat at my terminal writing code is my contribution. But then it's interesting what happened back then, because I think I see the same thing happening today. What happened back in through the deployment of the World Wide Web is there was this policy battle, like, are we going dark? Can criminals exploit this new web thing? And then what happened was Web 1.0 happened, and people started using the World Wide Web for commerce and for chatting with their grandchildren and normal stuff. It started to become important for people's lives and important for our economy. And once that happened, I think that's what turned the tide, and the national security and law enforcement sort of mandates within government gave way to other mandates within government, like consumer protection and national competitiveness and like having a prosperous economy and like protecting people's grandmas when they're using their computers and all that stuff. And I could be wrong. I hope I'm not wrong. I have been predicting this, and I think I see it happening. And so we'll find out in like 5 years if I was wrong or right when we look back on this video. But what I think I've seen happening is that transition is starting to happen with cryptocurrencies. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, cryptocurrencies were like the World Wide Web was in 1997. These weird geeks use it. Like, government people don't use it. They didn't use the internet in 1997, right? You had to like fax them or whatever. They didn't have email. And then, you know, by like 2001 or whatever, everyone had email, and that changed the whole conversation. And I think I see the same thing happening with cryptocurrencies, because there's a huge regulatory policy debate happening in the United States and elsewhere about cryptocurrencies, but it's no longer primarily about law enforcement. Now there's a whole bunch of talk about consumer protection, national competitiveness, you know, international, like the globalization or localization of the world, financial stability, and having an economy with like jobs and savings and protection for all the citizens. Anyway, so you're right that some regulators have spoken. They haven't done anything, but they've spoken about encryption as being dangerous. But that's not most of the regulators, actually. And so I think the tide has shifted. We'll see. What was I going to say? Oh, so in fact, we've already seen how Zcash is like accepted or approved or regulated by a lot of the regulators. That's why it's listed on Gemini and Coinbase and the other highly regulated companies in the United States. And well, you said something else I wanted to respond to, but I forgot, lost my train of thought.
Maybe you'll remember.
But I know what it was. It was very simple. You said like civil liberties are important, and I totally agree with you. And I just wanted to point out that's the way we do things in America, right? Like civil liberties are not the principle of the Chinese Communist Party. So they're being very consistent in the way they're treating technology and everything else they do. But the American way is that civil liberties are an important part of like the safety and the prosperity of our whole society. And I really agree with you that civil liberties are fundamental. And it's also, like we said earlier, that's like what Web3 is about.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so I guess, just to sort of, first of all, I hope you're right. That's a really interesting perspective. I think it's a really, really interesting perspective. And I guess that sort of leads into a really big picture question that I really had wished we got to dive into a little more at Mainnet. So since we have a few minutes left, I would just love to hear about your vision for the future of Web3. You've touched on it a little, but I really want to hear about really your vision.
Well, I guess I don't have a very clear vision of the future. I think it will be very surprising to me and everyone else. And that's actually one of the things I love about Web3 is that it respects users' agency more, so that the little nudges and the structure of it is designed to support what its user wants instead of to fit its user into some monopolies like profit model. But that means I think it's going to be that much bigger than Web 2. I think that having four however many companies controlling everything actually really limits how much value people get and how much they use it, how much money it makes, how many jobs it makes. So I think Web3 is going to be a lot bigger, and I think it's going to be a lot more diverse. I think humans are infinitely unique, right? Every human is unique, and I think Web3 is going to provide a satisfying world for each person that integrates all of their loved ones and their community and their goals in their own unique way. So anyway, that's really vague. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I feel really confident that it's going to be good. I look forward to seeing that.
Awesome. Yeah, I cannot agree more. And I think the points you're making about really fundamentally the issues with having these central intermediaries and experiencing so much of our lives through just a handful of corporations, and really having no choice but to trust those corporations to keep our data safe and protect our civil liberties and, serve us the content that is, real, original. I think as you're saying, this is all a world in which we have more options is definitely a world that I think we're envisioning as well. So I think I speak for everyone at the foundation, at the Filecoin Foundation, in saying that we are just so thrilled to be working with ECC and the Ethereum Foundation and Protocol Labs in this partnership, and really excited to see what kinds of things we can unlock and applications that might come about as a result in the future.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It's been so terrific to get to chat with you again. And thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all so much, Marta, Zuko. Nice to see you again. All right, that is basically it for today. Thanks everyone for staying tuned in. We have just one more session, just a nice closeout. I'm gonna bring Colin Everin back up to the stage with me. We're gonna chit chat a little bit about the highlights, and I think he's going to share his screen so we can see some of the highlights as well.
Hey everyone, good to see you again. My name is Colin. Most of my friends call me Protocolin. I figured I'd do a quick recap of what day 4 looked like today. And so I'll get right into it with a couple of highlights, and we'll preview some of the exciting things that are coming to the forefront tomorrow morning. So zooming out, I was trying to piece together a succinct summary of how to capture the last year I failed miserably, of course, because there are so many things that went on in the Filecoin network that it's hard to put on one slide. But some of my favorite things that I'll highlight that the Filecoin community had built in the last 12 months. First is one of the largest data storage networks on the planet. We've estimated it to be roughly the size of Google Cloud in 2018, which is absolutely remarkable. Two, the community has built the least expensive large-scale network in the world. It is less than 1% of the cost of centralized storage today, if you just take a snapshot at what deals are priced at. The community has built the fastest upgrading blockchain. We more than 10x the available chain bandwidth within 8 months of launch, which is an absolutely incredible feat for the entire community to rally behind. We built an environment where builders can thrive. We've seen over 10,000 developers engage in hackathons so far this year, 250 applications live and are building on Filecoin today, and 500 new teams entering the ecosystem. Filecoin has now become the storage network of Web3. We have over 7 million NFTs stored on Filecoin and integrations with 75% of the largest smart contract blockchains. And what the community has built, which is really special, is incredible breadth of use cases on Filecoin, over 25 categories of use cases. We walked through some of those over the course of today, including NFTs, video, audio, metaverse, biotech, gaming, and many, many more. And so we'll highlight even more of those tomorrow. When you zoom out over the course of the week, Filecoin Orbit has been a massive success so far. Over the last 4 days alone, we've had 35 events in 12 countries, 5 continents, and 20,000 or more attendees, which is absolutely incredible. And I'm just super excited for this momentum to continue into tomorrow and Saturday. Some of the community events throughout the week have talked about developer tooling, protocol improvements, NFTs, the Green Filecoin Initiative, the decentralized web, policy, DeFi and fintech, the metaverse, Web3 storage, how to store Web2 data sets, the Filecoin retrieval market, and much, much more. And we've had organizers all over the world, including the Filecoin Foundation, IPFS Force, Proto School, Matrix Storage, Web3 Metaverse, FutureX Labs, StoreSwift, and all the others that you see on the screen today. A huge thank you to these organizers. They've been planning for weeks and have just put together an incredible lineup of talks, each of which are very, very different and have very different opinions on how the Filecoin ecosystem will evolve in the future, which is super healthy. Some highlights from the community events this week. I just took a few snapshots here. You'll see some live events in Asia, some virtual events around Europe, a DeFi event around the Filecoin yield curve, a greening Filecoin event, which was one of my favorites, just super inspirational that Filecoin could eventually become a negative contributor to the carbon footprint, which is incredible. Some more pictures here. There was a recruiting event in GatherTown, a Filecoin Orbit in Lagos, which was incredible, and a few live events all over the world. And then highlights from today, we've had a whole range of speakers, from Juan introducing our 1-year anniversary, to Brewster talking about how the Internet Archive is using Filecoin, to a fireside chat with Sergey from the Chainlink ecosystem, and Molly talking about some of the protocol improvements throughout the week. We had Stephen from IPFS Force talk about the Venus implementation, ZX talk about Hyperdrive and that major upgrade and what it enabled. We had Dirk talk about Markets V2, and we had a storage panel of a whole bunch of storage providers, but one of the coolest parts is Dirk, which is a community member in the ecosystem, put together this time lapse of how storage providers have evolved their power and how deals are being made all over the world on this map. So you saw this like amazing kind of time lapse of deals flying back and forth all across the world. On the builders track, we had a session describing some of the major hackathons that took place today. We had 2 of our accelerator partners, Outlier Ventures in Europe and Techstars out in Seattle, talk about the cohorts that they're hosting over the next few months, which was super remarkable. It's great to see some examples of some of those companies that are currently being mentored by Outlier Ventures. And we had a panel with Near, with Hedera and Polygon and other ecosystem partners that have integrated Filecoin as the underlying storage layer of their blockchains, and some of the insights that they had as well. And then we had a long stream of startups. Most of these were kind of launched their products and seed rounds maybe about a year ago. And so it's great to see the updates of some of these startups on what they've accomplished in a year. Mintgate has made a tremendous amount of progress. Secured Finance, which actually started in a hackathon, progressed to an accelerator and raised a seed fund last year, is off to the raises in DeFi on Filecoin. Valist and Numbers also had some incredible updates. And so it was awesome to see some of these startups, and there'll be more presenting tomorrow on some of the progress that they've made. Huge preview of tomorrow. We have, I think, 6 different events all around the world that I want to encourage people to go to. We have the Filecoin Orbit main stage, which is the same link that you'll see today. We have a Happy Birthday Filecoin event in Italy, which is really remarkable. Filecoin Amsterdam meetup, which is great. There's a Filecoin Orbit and October IPFS Munich meetup, which I encourage people to attend. And then 2 in Asia, one run by Matrix Storage. It's day 3 of their platform. And then the 5th day of the Wuhan conference for the decentralized web, focusing on IPFS and Filecoin. So check out orbit.filecoin.io for details on all of these events. They're all really, really special, and would encourage you to attend as many as you can. I do want to preview just maybe a specific teaser of a few sessions tomorrow, because I think these are really, really special. We are going to have a community member introduce the Filecoin virtual machine tomorrow, which is incredible news. This is going to open up a whole bunch of possibilities for developers over the coming years. And so I'm just super excited for Raul to present how this is progressing, the timeline for this, and how it's going to come into implementation. Alan Ransel is going to present kind of a summary of the Filecoin Green initiative, so charting a path to a verifiably environmentally beneficial network. If you missed the Filecoin Green meetup, which was 4 hours of incredible content earlier this week, this will be a great summary of that. Jonathan Doughton is going to be talking about advancing human rights with Web3 and featuring some of the amazing work that Starling Lab is doing. And we're going to have a session on consensus scaling and sharding for Filecoin. This is a hugely important technical improvement that could not only help Filecoin, but a number of other blockchains. So I'm super excited to see how this is going to manifest itself and how we can rally the community around some of these technical improvements. So with all that in mind, please join us tomorrow. The website's orbit.filecoin.io. That'll push you to the right places on YouTube and hop in. Please tweet and tell your friends. We're super excited for day 5 tomorrow, and I can't wait to join you then. Back to you, Bailey.
Yeah, so stick around, Colin. I was just going to chit chat with you for a little bit. I told people that I would put you on the spot in the chat, and so I am going to. There are no questions from the audience specifically for you, but I was going to ask, what is your favorite food?
Oh God, I am a pizza person backwards and forwards. So yeah, I can just demolish like a large pizza if you give me the opportunity.
Great. Okay, perfect. I put him on the spot, everyone. He gave a really great overview of what happened today and also what's coming tomorrow. So like he said, we hope to see you back here tomorrow. And thanks so much for staying tuned. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Bailey. Thanks, everyone.